Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Commissioner, in this hearing block I appear with Ms Hager of Senior Counsel and with Ms Hammond.
Yes.
Commissioner, for the rest of this week and for all of next week, the hearings of the Commission turn to examine the key drivers of anti-Semitism and extremism in Australia, including religious, far-right and other ideologically motivated extremism and radicalisation. The evidence will also address the effectiveness of current responses to radicalisation and extremism by government, law enforcement and community programs, with a focus on practical steps that can be taken for prevention, early intervention and disengagement. This is the 8th distinct block of hearings of the Commission. The evidence will address some of the issues raised in paragraphs A Roman 1, A Roman 2 and A Roman 3 of the Terms of Reference. The evidence received and to be received by the Commission shows that extremism and radicalisation of various kinds are substantial and ongoing threats to the Australian community. Some Australians are susceptible, in one way or another, to the influence of extremist ideas that might ultimately countenance violence against others. Young men are most often identified as the group most at risk, but it is by no means limited to that group. They may experience isolation, financial or social grievances, a sense of disconnection, a lack of community, or untreated mental health challenges. They have ready access to increasingly radical content online, or they might fall under the influence of individuals and networks of extremists seeking to draw others in. Being vulnerable or susceptible is not the same thing as being extremist, and most people with some such vulnerability do not go on to adopt extremist ideas and ideologies. The evidence will examine measures to prevent that progression. Experience has shown that extremist ideas and ideology can ultimately result in acts of violence committed by those who hold them. In many instances, violent acts are targeted against minority groups who have been made the subject of extremist grievances. Jewish communities are one such group, but around the world, extremist violence has also been targeted at immigrants generally, at Muslim communities, at women, the LGBTI community and others. At the commencement of hearing block 5 a few weeks ago, I noted the Director General of Security's recent 2026 annual threat assessment, particularly the Director General's observation that hatred of Jews is one thing virtually all violent extremist cohorts have in common. Neo-Nazis, Islamic extremists, and many issue-motivated extremists are anti-Semitic. The evidence to be received in this hearing block is consistent with that assessment. This hearing block will examine those different extremist cohorts and the various means and the various vectors by which individuals have become radicalised or are otherwise driven towards extremist views. Those prominently include the role of the online and digital environments. They also include the influence of preachers and authority figures who incite hate. We will examine the responses of government, including law enforcement, to those circumstances. The evidence will also consider and assess existing government, law enforcement and community responses to the risk of radicalisation and extremism, along with opportunities for enhancement. The evidence will have a focus on best practice approaches to early intervention, disengagement and deradicalisation for those who are at risk of or engaging in extremist behaviour. It will address a number of areas. First, there are academics working to better understand extremist ideologies and to understand best practice in countering violent extremism, drawing on experience both here and overseas. Second, there are community organisations working on the ground to enhance social cohesion, to create safe and positive environments, to train and educate and to partner with government in prevention, early intervention and disengagement. These include religious organisations and other not-for-profit organisations. Third, across the states and territories, governments have developed, implemented or funded programs and policies that seek to address this risk to our society. In both the academy and in practice, efforts to counter violent extremism, or CVE, are commonly conceptualised across three levels. These are primary, secondary and tertiary prevention. One of the experts who will give evidence in this hearing block, Professor Adrian Cherney of the University of Queensland, has explained that these correspond to different stages of risk and involvement in radicalisation. This framework reflects public health and crime prevention models and is widely used to guide program design, intervention strategies and effectiveness evaluation. Primary prevention targets the general population, with its focus on individuals not currently identified at a risk of radicalisation. It encompasses broader population groups that might be considered vulnerable to harmful influences due to factors such as age, social marginalisation, ethnicity, isolation, exposure to online polarising narratives, but who do not display any identifiable indicators of radicalisation. Secondary prevention focuses on individuals or groups identified as being at increased risk of radicalisation, but who are not yet engaged in violent extremism. The identification of those who would benefit from secondary prevention programs is an ongoing challenge. Their purpose is to identify early warning signs of radicalisation and intervene before individuals progress further along the pathway into violence. Tertiary prevention targets individuals who are already radicalised and engaged in extremist activity. For example, many tertiary programs work with those who have been convicted of terrorism offences and are serving sentences of imprisonment. The purpose is to prevent escalation to violence or reoffending and to promote disengagement and reintegration. Usually these programs are framed as disengagement measures rather than deradicalisation, with the former focusing on building resilience and strengthening pro-social connections which would divert an individual from seeking belonging through extremist groups or ideologies. The Commission will hear evidence concerning each of these primary, secondary and tertiary prevention initiatives through different parts of Australia. Against that background, the hearing block will address four categories of evidence. The first category is the evidence of individuals who have been drawn into extremism and have then disengaged and de-radicalised from those perspectives. Counsel assisting intends to call evidence from a reformed former member of a neo-Nazi group and a reformed individual who formerly subscribed to an extremist Salafi jihadi ideology. Their evidence will explore their personal experiences of successfully disengaging from a radical ideology. The Commission will also hear from an individual who is concerned about what they perceive to be the growing radicalisation of a close relative and their efforts to assist and intervene. Commissioner, again in this hearing block, some witnesses will be giving evidence under a pseudonym. In respect of those individuals, there are existing non-publication orders in place prohibiting the publication of their names or other identifying information. Also note again that the Royal Commissions Act of the Commonwealth and its state equivalents contains statutory protections for witnesses. Witnesses who give evidence to the Commission should not be subjected to any form of vilification or abuse for doing so. The second category of evidence will be from experts who specialise in different key drivers of anti-Semitism and extremism and the vectors by which individuals become radicalised or are otherwise driven to extremist views. The first witness this morning will be Professor Julian Droogan. He is a professor in international security and terrorism studies from Macquarie University. He is the editor-in-chief of the international peer-reviewed journal of Policing, Intelligence and Counter-Terrorism. He's been contracted by government and other organisations on numerous occasions to lead or co-lead research projects investigating in particular the violent far right in Australia and online. Professor Droogan will explain the nature of right-wing extremism, including its ideological markers, the primary organisations that promote far-right ideologies within Australia, the extent to which anti-Semitism features within far-right ideologies and how contemporary far-right beliefs operate in society. This afternoon the Commission will hear from Dr. Rodger Shanahan. Dr. Shanahan has a PhD in Arabic and Islamic Studies from the University of Sydney. He's a former army officer and a former diplomat. He's written and taught extensively in relation to political Islamism, terrorism and political violence. He will give evidence concerning Islamic extremism and jihadism and the organisations that promote or support Islamic extremism or jihadism in Australia, or which influence or radicalise Australians. During hearing block 1, the Commission heard extensive evidence from Dr. Dave Rich in relation to far-left extremism. Counsel assisting will again be relying on his report on that subject. The Commission will also hear further from Dr. Josh Roose, who gave evidence in hearing block 5. In the current hearing block, Dr. Roose will draw on his expertise to give evidence about how disparate extremist cohorts, such as National Socialism, Salafi jihadism, revolutionary and anti-imperialist movements, and conspiracist or anti-government formations, may begin from incompatible premises but converge upon anti-Semitism, particularly the proposition that Jews, or Zionists, constitute a concealed and coordinating source of power. His evidence will be that grievance narratives are central to that process and to that convergence. Tomorrow, the Commission will hear from Dr. Sarah Meager, a Senior Lecturer in International Relations at the University of Melbourne. She'll give evidence concerning her research into misogyny, online radicalisation and youth extremism in Australia. That research indicates that misogyny is a predictor of extremist attitudes across the full ideological spectrum. The third category of evidence will concern the role of government prevention, early intervention, disengagement and other anti-extremism initiatives. This will include a focus on various opportunities for enhancement and reform by reference to expert witnesses who have considered and evaluated those initiatives. The Commission will hear evidence from representatives of the Australian Federal Police and the New South Wales Police in relation to law enforcement and intelligence resourcing for combating radicalisation, including online. There will also be evidence concerning Australia's Step Together program. This is a national prevention and disengagement program that is funded by the Australian Government and administered by the New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice. Most Australian states and territories also administer or co-administer state-based prevention and disengagement programs. The Commission has received evidence concerning these programs and representatives from New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia and South Australia are expected to give oral evidence during this hearing block about those programs. The various programs often involve not only police and corrective services, but also departments of justice, Department of Community Services or multiculturalism. The Commission will hear evidence about a specific Victorian program, the Community Integration Support Program. This is a voluntary case-based intervention delivered across both correctional and community settings in Victoria. The program specifically targets young people and adults who have become radicalised into a religiously motivated violent extremism. To assist in the assessment of evidence concerning such programs, the Commission will lead evidence from 2 expert witnesses. I've already mentioned Professor Adrian Cherny. He will give evidence at the end of this hearing block in 2 parts. The first part of his evidence concerns best practice in countering violent extremism programs, with a particular focus on secondary and tertiary interventions that identify, support, disengage or rehabilitate individuals at risk of ideologically motivated violence. The second part of his evidence assesses Australian secondary and tertiary CVE programs against that best practice framework, by reference to the evidence concerning those programs which has already been provided by Australian government entities. The Commission will also hear evidence from Professor Michelle Grossman of Deakin University. She will give evidence concerning the Step Together program, the role of public advertising campaigns and a coordinated national communication strategy directed to early intervention and disengagement, and the important role played by community access, social cohesion and intimate bystanders in this space. The Commission will also examine some other areas of government which intersect with the challenges posed by extremist individuals and ideologies in Australia. In particular, the evidence will address the regulatory arrangements for not-for-profit organisations, a small number of which may pose extremism concerns. It will hear from Susan Woodward, Commissioner of the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, and for Diane Brown of the Commonwealth Treasury Department. Both give evidence concerning proposals to strengthen the ACNC's ability to be an effective specialist regulator in light of the issues that might be posed by extremist actors or organisations. The fourth category of evidence in this hearing block will explore the role played by community groups, highlighting some of the depth and breadth of work being done around the country. In particular, this hearing block will hear from some significant leaders from Australia's Muslim community. On Friday, the Commission will hear from Sheikh Shadi Suleiman, President of the Australian National Imams Council. He will also give evidence in his capacity as Chair of the United Muslims of Australia and as Founder and Director of the Australian Islamic Institute of Higher Education, an organisation seeking to conduct regulated training and higher education for Muslim leaders in Australia. Next week, the Commission will hear from Dr. Ali Al-Samail, a Director of the Shia Muslim Council of Australia. The SMCA is an umbrella organisation for Shia Muslim organisations in Australia, including Islamic centres, educational and community groups, mosques, and funeral service providers. Both those witnesses will give evidence about work being done within Australia's Muslim community to foster pro-social activities, promote interfaith connections, and provide services not only to Muslim Australians but also Australian society more broadly. Further evidence about such work within and beyond the Muslim community will be given next week by Gamal Kir, Secretary of the Lebanese Muslim Association, a non-profit organisation which, among many activities, operates Lakemba Mosque in Sydney. The Commission will explore the invaluable role that mainstream Islam can and does have in responding to extremism and how that work might be enhanced. Nevertheless, some extremist individuals distort Islamic teachings to further their own radical ideology. The Commission will also consider the phenomena by which a small number of religious preachers have propounded anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracies. Further, in this strand of evidence, the Commission will hear from the CEO of Reroute Australia, Mr. Lee Brennan. Reroute is a not-for-profit established in 2023 in response to increasing concerns regarding the growing complexity of youth violence, grievance-fuelled offending, online radicalisation, antisocial behaviour and ideologically-motivated violent extremist views in Australia. Reroute works to provide flexible early intervention pathways for individuals displaying concerning behaviours who have not yet reached criminal thresholds. Next week, Council Assisting intends to call evidence from a panel of representatives of the Federal Government's Youth Advisory Council for Safer Australia. This is a group of young Australians between the ages of 16 and 24 who work with the Department of Home Affairs to make sure youth perspectives are incorporated into policies and programs to counter violent extremism. For example, one of their recent projects is focused on how the Step Together website could be improved so as to better engage with young Australians. More generally, Dr. Malcolm Haddon from Multicultural New South Wales will give evidence concerning how the New South Wales Government seeks to fund and support community initiatives and programs which seek to protect, strengthen and support New South Wales multicultural society. Commissioner, as might be expected, certain details about what is being done to counter radicalisation and extremism are sensitive from a security and operational perspective. Ventilation of these matters shouldn't compromise the issues that we seek to understand and address. There is a limit to the detail that can be addressed publicly. As a result, this hearing block will include some closed sessions in which such matters are discussed. As always, counsel assisting will lead as much evidence in public as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Just before we proceed to hear the first witness, there is a matter that I should raise arising out of yesterday's hearing block. There was the Office of the Solicitors Assisting the Commission received an email communication today from the solicitors for the Australian Palestine Advocacy Network, APAN. That attached a copy of a newspaper report of an interview with a prominent member of the Jewish community who expressed the opinion in that interview that counsel appearing for APAN and for the Palestine Advocacy Group had endeavoured to hijack the Royal Commission. The individual said that counsel had engaged in, or is reported to have said, counsel had engaged in this attempt for their clickbait theatrics and gratuitous slurs against Israel. Following the publication of that interview, I am informed that Ms. Mather of Senior Counsel, who appeared yesterday for APAN, received a series of truly abusive Islamophobic emails that I will have marked for identification, but that I don't propose to describe in further detail. 2 points should be raised. The first is that Ms. Mather did not hijack this Royal Commission. Ms. Mather was appearing for an organisation whose interests were substantially and directly affected by the subject matter of yesterday's hearing, in that trenchant criticism was being made of the representatives of that organisation. Ms. Mather's cross-examination proceeded based upon a limited grant of leave. The leave was limited to paragraph 51 of the statement of Mr. Ossip. In that paragraph, Mr. Ossip expressed his opinion about the conduct of the State of Israel in the period immediately following the attack by the terrorist group Hamas on Israel. Ms. Mather sought on behalf of her client to put matters that challenged the factual basis for the formation of that aspect of Mr. Ossip's opinion. She was granted leave to do that because procedural fairness, a concept familiar to lawyers but perhaps not more widely understood, demanded it. The second point to be made is that counsel appearing for groups before this Royal Commission should no more be the subject of Islamophobic or other attacks than should members of the Jewish community who've come before and given evidence and who have been subjected to vile anti-Semitic attacks. It doesn't reflect well on those who make either anti-Semitic or Islamophobic attacks on the interests that they seek to promote. I'll say no more about that. And I will adjourn briefly in order to allow the media camera to be removed from the hearing room.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I call Julian Droogan.
Yes. To come forward, Mr. Droogan.
Do you swear by Almighty God the evidence you shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Professor. Do sit down.
Professor, please state your full name.
Julian Droogan.
Your address is known to the Commission. You have prepared an expert report dated 4 August 2026.
I have.
To the extent that report sets out facts. Do you understand them to be true and correct?
I do.
And to the extent the report contains opinions, they're opinions that you hold?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender the expert report. It is EWR.599.0001.0250.
Yes, the report will be admitted as an exhibit.
Professor Droogan, could I just briefly identify some of your experience and expertise? You are the Professor in International Security and Terrorism Studies at the Discipline of Security Studies and Criminology at Macquarie University.
I am.
You have a bachelor's degree from the University of Sydney and a Doctor of Philosophy in Studies in Religions from the University of Sydney.
I do.
You also obtained a graduate certificate in higher education. Since 2015, you have been the editor-in-chief of the international peer-reviewed academic journal, which is the Journal of Policing, Intelligence and Counter-Terrorism.
I have.
And that presents empirical research into the areas of policing studies, intelligence studies and terrorism studies. Is that right?
That is right.
Since 2024, you've been a co-convener of an organisation known as Addressing Violent Extremism and Radicalisation to Terrorism, the AVERT Research Network.
I have.
Could you briefly describe that network and what its output is used for?
So the AVERT network is a Australian government-funded research and engagement network. It is consisted of violent extremism and terrorism studies scholars from across Australia and internationally. It's involved in translating the research and the findings of international academics in those spaces to policymakers, to practitioners, and to those who are working in government and law enforcement. It's involved in a range of different programs on an annual basis, including a series of translational webinars and lectures for government, policymakers and practitioners that brings latest research on these areas directly to them. It also is involved in bespoke training and workshop delivery to different elements of Australia's government and national security communities. And it's also involved in running an annual symposium in Australia that again brings together cutting-edge international research and the more applied policymaker practitioner communities in Australia.
And one of the bodies that it is under the auspices of, is this right, is the Australian New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee?
It is.
On quite numerous occasions, you've been an expert witness in proceedings related to far-right terrorism cases.
I have.
That is legal proceedings in the Supreme Court. And you refer to, in your statement, 4 significant research projects that you've undertaken directly related to extremism and violent far-right ideology.
That's right.
Could you just briefly identify those?
So 2 of those research projects were funded by the New South Wales government, and they were projects that looked at the generation and the creation of far-right extremism online. One of those projects was directly following the Christchurch attack by a New South Wales man, an attempt to understand the online ecosystems or environments out of which he might have been operating. It looked at large amounts of social media data and information to better understand online far-right cultures. Another project also funded by the New South Wales government was to look at the role COVID-19 pandemic and health mandates was playing in online far-right culture, anti-government protest and anti-government revolutionary narratives. It looked at how the far-right was mainstreaming and aligning its messaging with the anxieties of broader Australians. It also looked at a series of social media platforms in that project. A third project specifically related to the far-right was for the United States Resolve Network, the Institute for Peace. It looked at the connections between Australian far-right extremist communities online, particularly on social media platforms like Gab, and their connections with a wider international ecosystem. including far-right extremist communities and individuals from Europe and North America. And the fourth far-right specific project I listed there was measuring and evaluating the outcomes of a countering violent extremism program that was run by an NGO that was looking at identifying and de-radicalising far-right extremists through a Facebook page that they were engaged with. I should say I've also done large projects with young people in Australia, looking at their relationship and experiences of online social media extremist material, and I'm currently doing a lot of work looking at online influence, misinformation and disinformation.
Thank you. And you've attached a list of your publications to your report, but they include your recent involvement as one of the editors of the Routledge Handbook of Online Violent Extremism.
Yes, that is a very significant contribution to what we understand about the confluence between online spaces and violent extremism, including far-right extremism. It's due to be published in the next months. It's the first handbook of its type, and it brings together research from across the world.
You also written extensively on global terrorism and security challenges posed by violent extremist behaviour.
I have.
Can I move then to address the parts of your report in which you respond to the questions asked of you by the Royal Commission? The first of those issues involved a request that you identify the ideological markers that underpin far-right extremism and how the different concepts exist and might interact. In that context, you provide a description of what the far right is as a term, and perhaps that's the place to begin. When you use the term and when academic commentators use the term far right, what is it referring to?
There is no agreed upon universal definition of what the far right refers to, and you'll see it used in many different ways by media and social commentators. When academics use the term, we increasingly divide it into two broad categories, far right radicalism and far right extremism. Far right radicalism is a collection of anti-liberal, anti-democratic, xenophobic and hateful ideas and attitudes that work within a political system to move away from liberal democracy towards something more authoritarian, more aligned usually with white nationalism. Far-right extremism, a similar constellation of extreme, hateful, xenophobic ideas and attitudes that don't work within a political system to effect change, but instead advocate for the forceful revolutionary overthrow of a government.
And is there an emerging or an existing scholarly consensus about that distinction in the use of the terms the radical right on the one hand or far right extremism on the other hand?
There is an emerging consensus that it's a useful distinction. As I think we may discuss, what we call the far right has a long tail, if you like, that extends into mainstream political and social ideas. There are dangers in aggregating everything under a single term like far right. So using a term like far right extremism allows researchers and commentators, academics and others to distinguish what is politically revolutionary and violent and perhaps terroristic from other manifestations of these ideas. That distinction was used, for instance, during the New Zealand investigations and court cases following the Christchurch attack by Australian man Brenton Tarrant.
And in the way those terms are distinguished, the radical right is used to describe those who have a far right ideology but wish to work or are prepared to work within a democratic system, for example, by attempting to move or adjust political outcomes.
That's right. However, I should clarify that there's no clear distinction sometimes between the two, and that individuals and groups have been observed in some cases to move between them in an opportunistic way.
Your expert report very helpfully sets out a series of key concepts and ideological markers. I won't take you through each of those, but there are a couple that I did wish to ask you about. The first of those is your description of a concept called accelerationism. Could you describe that doctrine?
So accelerationism is a strategic doctrine that has been popularised by far-right authors and some far-right extremist organisations and terrorist movements. It advocates for the overthrow of the current social and political order through the acceleration of existing social fissures or fractures or vulnerabilities through acts of targeted violence. So assassinations or acts of civil unrest, even protest, designed to provoke a response that leads to a broader social conflagration or breakdown, which in the fantasies of the more extreme far right would lead to the overthrow of a liberal democratic society like Australia or America and its replacement with a white ethno-state. It's been popularised in far right fiction such as the Turner Diaries or Siege, which are very popular books and fictional material used by some of the more militant far-right groups, and it's seen as a way of going from the current political order of liberal, democratic and multicultural societies to one which is a white ethno-state, a racially defined state sometime in the future.
And that doctrine you observe is compatible with a range of different extremist ideologies, is that right?
It is.
You also make the observation that anti-Semitism is a primary ideological marker of far-right extremism, and it's a common theme animating far-right extremist movements generally, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Could you address what you've put in your report in respect of neo-Nazism as a modern manifestation of fascist ideology?
Yes, so a significant proportion of the extreme far right in Australia and elsewhere are what one might call neo-Nazis, which is a modern revival of mid-century German National Socialism or Nazism. They glorify the German Nazi Party and members like Hitler. They advocate for a return to the aesthetics of Nazism and the militarism as well. They adopt some of the symbols of Nazism, particularly those related to the cult of Aryanism and German paganism and so on. Symbols like the swastika, of course, are heavily used, and they identify as a movement that is deeply anti-Semitic. They generally blame Jewish people, or the Jews, as they would put it, for all social ills, and they generally advocate for the forceful removal or genocide of Jews and other undesirables to again create that white ethno-state. Much of neo-Nazism, though, today is less a clear, defined political ideology. It also can be quite anti-intellectual, and it can really, like much of the far right, revolve around social networks and social groups.
We will return to that topic, I'm sure, in the course of your evidence. Can I ask you to address the second question that was posed in your instructions, and that was to identify the primary individuals or organisations that promote far-right ideologies within Australia at the present time. And perhaps if you could begin with your views about contemporary far-right radicalisation in Australia, the way that's best understood.
Sure, that's a very important question. I'm often asked who are the most significant groups in Australia or elsewhere. There are groups, and I did mention the National Socialist Network as the most significant group in Australia. It disbanded recently. However, it's a mistake to look at the far right purely through a lens of its being groups that are formal and structured. They do exist and they are important, but there are larger currents that perhaps play as big a role, if not a larger role, in radicalisation of people towards the extreme far right. If you like, larger than groups, bigger than groups, we have online social movements, online subcultures. They can also be offline to some degree as well, but I think it's fair to say that online is the main locus for these social movements. In fact, I think it's fair to say that some of these social movements have evolved online as online movements, and they are extremist. They often, or they do, hold far-right ideologies around anti-government rhetoric, xenophobia, anti-immigration, antisemitism, conspiratorial theories, conspiratorial thinking. And these online movements don't necessarily have leaders. They can be decentralized and self-organized, and it's through these online subcultures that some people are radicalized into far-right spaces, where they may or may not then be attached to or come into contact with a group. I should also mention that, if you like, beneath the level of groups, we have lone actors who have been involved in specific far-right violence. We can think of, again, the Australian perpetrator of the Christchurch attack. He did not join a group. It seems that that was an explicit choice made because he wanted to avoid observation by law enforcement and intelligence. There are other international figures like Anders Breivik and many others that we could look at have also been lone actors. One of the interesting dynamics in the far right, an important dynamic, is that if we look at acts of terroristic violence in Australia and elsewhere, certainly in Australia, it's generally not been the groups that have been involved in these sorts of acts of violence. It's been lone actors that sit beneath, if you like, this level of group formation. That's not always true. There are some international groups that have been involved in violence.
And indeed, your report emphasises that while membership of formal organisations, including far-right organisations, which is obviously the area your report deals with, while that is still an important vector or pathway to radicalisation, you have emphasised that many contemporary adherents to far-right extremism are self-radicalised through their own experiences in what you've called a far-right extremist cultural movement, which often exists online.
That's right, and here's where we reach another important concept, which is that with these online social movements or subcultures, many of which have adopted the aesthetics or the language or the symbols of the far right and even of neo-Nazism, you can have young people drawn into these movements and become anti-social, anti-government, but they don't always absorb the actual political philosophy of the far right. There are movements like incel groups, manosphere movements, exploitative movements like the that we are more and more calling narcissistic or unstructured or fluid, where the aesthetics of the far right online are part of a broader red-pilling culture, an anti-social movement, and they may lead young people to become extremist or even violent extremist. But if you go looking for explicit far-right ideology, you may not always find them there. It's a complex online ecosystem.
And you also emphasise the point that if you go looking for such an individual's political views or manifestos, you wouldn't find one, because it's often an incoherent political view that is a part of a broader cultural movement, as you refer to it.
I think that's right. I think some of the legacies we have in this space as researchers and commentators is we look at the far right as a terrorist issue. So we come at it with a assumptions that we're looking for groups, and we're looking for people that have political or ideological motivations. More and more in the online space, we're seeing these decentralized social movements and networks where groups aren't always the most central or most important thing. We're also looking at people, particularly young people, who are involved in antisocial behaviour, who don't hold a political or a coherent political or ideological perspective. One way to think about that is, rather than acting on behalf of a political cause to affect political change in the world, when you see that sort of violence, it's more perhaps narcissistic, more focused around their identity building, their own performance, and acting in a way that can appeal to their friendship networks or those online communities.
And you've drawn attention to, in your short list of organisations that promote far-right ideologies, you've drawn attention to some internationally based organisations that either have or are likely to have Australian links, including through the online environment. And a couple of those perhaps deserve some identification. One is something called the Active Club Network, which the way you describe it does pick up on this reference to narcissistic, lost young men in particular.
Absolutely. The Active Club Network is a relatively recent global phenomenon of gyms or clubs where explicitly neo-Nazi or far-right ideology and networks are promoted. It's long been active clubs or gyms have been places of recruitment into extremist movements, including non-far-right movements. But the active club movement is one that focuses around an ideology, I suppose, of bodily health, bodily purity, fraternity between men, strict gender roles between men and women, a training of mind and body, and potential for militarism.
There are also some online communities that you identify, including one operating on the encrypted Telegram network. And what is your understanding of the way that far-right organisations use encrypted social media services?
So there are two broad ways I would talk about that. One is through direct recruitment into groups, the use of QR codes or URL links that can draw curious people into encrypted spaces on Telegram, where there might be anonymity and the ability for people to be vetted and groomed and brought into a formal structure of some sort. That could be the end, perhaps, of a online experience that a person has of progressively going into more and more extremist online spaces, social media or digital media spaces, less regulated spaces that might culminate in a encrypted Telegram space. But more broadly than that, Telegram is also a good example of a social media ecosystem where decentralized, leaderless networks of extremist material are shared, enjoyed, used and dwelled within by networks of young people or people in general. The Telegram network, for instance, is an example of this as a decentralized online cultural movement, if you like, where there might not be any clear hierarchy of recruiter and recruited. It might be more a social space where far-right ideas and memes and, again, aesthetics and symbols are shared and amplified and grow.
The Telegram collective that you've referred to, that has come to the attention of authorities both in Australia and overseas and has become a designated terrorist group. Is that your understanding?
That is right.
And do you have any understanding of its continued operation or availability, notwithstanding those designations?
My understanding is that as a decentralized, fluid network of sites, and as I mentioned, as an online social movement, entities and and sites and channels and spaces that identify as part of Telegram still operate.
You've referred to some of the methods in your oral evidence of the way far-right extremists might try to reach and radicalise those who are susceptible or vulnerable to influence. Would you like to address some of the others? You've referred to publications with QR codes leading to an online environment. You've referred to gyms and manosphere influences. Can you address some of the others?
So we're talking about far-right extremist groups and organisations. They also will work offline through public rallies and demonstrations to attract a broader cross-section of the population into their orbit by trying to align their protest with mainstream concerns, and then to progressively radicalise and perhaps recruit people into their organisations. Like any extremist movement or terrorist movement, if you want to frame them that way, they thrive on oxygen of publicity. So engaging in media stunts where they can attract media attention that will then amplify and broadcast their existence to, again, a broader cross-section of the Australian population who might be interested, and then follow up through online investigations and so on. Online also we have attempts by far-right groups or individuals who might be dwelling in encrypted spaces that are quite alternative and not particularly mainstream, message boards like the Chan boards or something like that potentially, and then leave those spaces online to go into more mainstream sites to recruit people, radicalise them, bring them into their more extreme spaces. There are many ways that the far right will try to align and mainstream and reach broader segment of Australians.
You've drawn attention to the way that modern radicalisation differs from the way it might have occurred in the past, and no doubt occurs still to some extent now, but what you've called the offline social spaces, so the way 20 or 30 years ago it may have involved physical attendance at a music festival or a gym, and then becoming involved in a social network through that process. But now you've described a broadening and acceleration of radicalisation that has come about by reason of engagement in the online space. Could you explain that process?
The research literature does, in general, bear that out. Certainly, if you think about something like Al-Qaeda, which was, of course, a very significant terrorist organisation, still is. Where did the original Al-Qaeda members meet? They met in Afghanistan, fighting together in physical proximity to one another, or later in the Balkans, again fighting together in physical proximity. Before the internet, to become an extremist organisation or a militant organisation, by and large, people would have to come together physically in some way to build up that sense of being a cohort, that shared ideology, that trust, and so on. The internet, as we all know, of course, removes or at least diminishes that physical necessity to be in the same space as one another, and allows affinity groups to come together around issues. Some of those issues might be extremist or even violent extremist, so the internet certainly serves that purpose. The research, however, is ambiguous on whether the online spaces are sufficient in and of themselves to radicalise people, certainly to violent extremism. Most of the research that has been done suggests that offline connectivities and social networks, friendships, still play a very important role, at least as significant a role as online communities. However, I would also caveat that by saying that this research is a little dated now, 5 to 10 years ago potentially, and that newer research, I would suggest, is showing a drift towards some what looks like purely online radicalisation particularly within those more encrypted sites like Telegram, something that's been potentially accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic period, where a lot of people were online, and there were a lot of conspiracy theories moving and new groups forming online in relationship to that anxiety, public anxiety, and something that has potentially now led to some examples of perhaps purely online radicalisation. Some of these lone actor shooters that I mentioned before, particularly if you look at their manifestos, and they're full of online memes and in jokes from online subcultures. So the research, I have to be clear, suggests that it's still an interplay between online and offline in radicalisation. It's hard to say that the online space purely radicalises people, particularly to terrorism, but some of the emerging research, I would suggest, is beginning to move in that direction. Finally, I'll just caveat that by saying other researchers in this space who are very influential are starting to reject the whole dichotomy of online and offline, and suggest that young people today live in a blended world that is both simultaneously, and trying to distinguish between the two is becoming increasingly artificial.
One aspect of that, though, is that it must be the case, mustn't it, that the online environment does provide a far wider and more socio-economically diverse population to have immediate access to extremist thought than simply in the offline environment.
Absolutely. When physical proximity was necessary for people to build an identity within a movement or a group, those movements might be demarcated by class or geographical area. Today, those factors are not necessarily as important, and indeed we see the far right across geographies, across classes in Australia. So there's definitely that shift.
When you spoke of the recent research that's suggesting that you can't distinguish with young people between their online and offline presence, is that because they're spending so much time online, their friends are online as distinct from having physical friends in the real world?
Possibly. It could be that they sit together in physical, as you say, real world groups, and they watch online chat groups, or they sit together and message one another and other people who aren't there with online communications, and there may not be that distinction in their minds. You said the real world. I doubt that would necessarily have much meaning for young people today.
I stand corrected.
You've said in your report that anti-Semitism is not an incidental feature of contemporary far-right extremist ideology. It's one of its central organising principles. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. The far right are, by definition, prejudiced against many different groups: Muslims, the left, intellectuals, government, authority figures, LGBT groups, and so on and so forth. But their anti-Semitism is not just another prejudice with all the rest, it's an organising principle. So when far-right narratives talk about grievance, they talk about economic grievances, they talk about racial grievances, multiculturalism, which they see as an attempt to exterminate or remove white people. They talk about cultural liberalisation, left-wing values and so on, feminism, but they will organise all of those grievances under an umbrella, which is anti-Semitism, by saying that Jewish elites or cabals or groups, shadowy groups, are responsible for immigration by creating immigration policies in Western nations, are responsible for cultural liberalisation through entertainment industry, are responsible for economic privatisation or deprivation through economic levers of the economy, and so on. So it's a macro conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory that is unfounded. It goes back to not just pre-internet times, but it goes back to the 19th century, and these sort of macro anti-Semitic conspiracy theories like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and so on, that see malevolent Jewish forces as responsible for any and all social ills. and the far right use that as their organising framework for their specific grievances, for their specific narratives. It gives them a target, it gives them one particular group that they can focus on. And of course, all this often operates within a nostalgia for and appreciation for, as we said before, neo-Nazism and the Nazis, who of course were famously anti-Semitic. And a lot of this is taken directly from those mid-century Nazi movements.
You've also pointed out that it's not just that anti-Semitism has this role as a unifying explanatory framework for far-right extremism, but it actually has been linked to terrorist acts, to violent extremist acts. Could you identify some of those for us?
That's right. So the act that we've mentioned a few times, which is the Christchurch attack, I think in 2019, the manifesto that was produced by the attacker was very clear. It was framed around what he saw as great replacement theory, which was that, again, white people were being replaced in Australia and in Western nations by immigrants, and this was a strategy by Jewish groups to undermine, Western civilization or white civilization. So it was very clear that although he attacked Muslims in his act of terror, he saw the real enemy, or the greater enemy perhaps, as what he would have put it in his conspiratorial way, the puppet masters behind immigration. There's been a series of copycat lone actor attacks after that Christchurch attack, who have also attacked different groups like Hispanic groups or black individuals in America, but also make it clear that they see the overarching framework to be one of anti-Semitism and Jewish control.
And Professor, I take it from your evidence that for a far-right person, all Jews are non-white, regardless of their appearance.
That's right. They have a history of racial theory that again goes back to the Nazis and before, which talks about what is whiteness, and they claim that Semitic peoples, Jewish people, Arabs, Muslims are not white, that it was the Anglo-Saxon Northern Europeans who are the only true white. They would put an Aryan race, goes back into these linguistic ideas and sort of sciences, sometimes pseudosciences of the 19th century. And one of the reasons why you see that affinity between some elements of the far right and Scandinavian Norse or Viking culture is because they glorify and romanticize those cultures as the last quote-unquote true Aryan cultures before being converted to Christianity, which again often they will see as a Jewish tainted religion. So it becomes quite convoluted and complex, these racial theories that they have and that they use.
Your report also addresses a question about the extent to which contemporary far-right beliefs operate within mainstream society in Australia in the current environment, and how the contemporary far-right ideologies might influence or manifest in contemporary society. So could you describe your opinion in that respect?
Well, I think it's important to be very clear at the outset that very, very few Australians are far-right extremists. Very, very few Australians are attracted to neo-Nazism, and the far-right know this. They know this very well, and they will talk about this within their own communities, and that's one of the reasons why they will work very hard to mainstream and align their messaging with broader social concerns and anxieties. So one could argue that the current far-right environment in Australia really originated in around 2015 or thereabouts, a bit earlier perhaps, with the emergence of a series of protest groups, movements that were operating in the context of the so-called Islamic states, lone actor terrorist attacks, but also anxieties in places like Bendigo about Islamic immigration, building of mosques and so on. Now that's not to say at all that the general public concern at that time about either of those things was far right or far right extremist. But groups who were explicitly neo-Nazi used those broader public concerns to align their racial politics with what they saw as a general social grievance or anxiety. Since then, they've moved from using terrorism or fears of terrorism, quite legitimate fears of terrorism, sometimes as a pathway. They used, as we've talked about briefly, the COVID-19 pandemic quite successfully in many cases to again align themselves with general public anxieties about government control, government overreach, health mandates, vaccines and so on. None of those concerns by the general public are in and of themselves far right, certainly not far right extremist, but the far right used those concerns and anxiety and people being online, again, to align their messaging with that. We've also seen Australian concerns about immigration in the context of either anti-immigration segments of the population, or more recently, I think, Australians who are concerned about cost of living issues and the concerns of some that's related to immigration, and the far right to try and align their messaging again with those broader public anxieties around economic issues or something like immigration. So the point I think to take there is that they will use any opportunity they can to align their extremism with broader public debates. Most Australians are not attracted to neo-Nazism, and I think the evidence shows that once Australians see that racial politics within the extreme far right, most people turn around very quickly. But there is a ongoing tradition, if you like, or pattern of the far right aligning with these broader mainstream issues of concern.
And is the purpose of that alignment with existing grievances about social or economic factors an intention to promote engagement and really as a recruitment measure, or is that the objective?
Both as a recruitment measure into their groups, but more broadly as a propaganda measure, because far right groups in Australia, they're quite happy to try and create a public movement to push for far right politics or the dismantling of liberal democracy, and so being able to propagandize their movement is important for them, and they see these opportunities like rallies or broader concerns as a way of reaching populations that they wouldn't normally. A good example that's been significantly researched is the way that the extreme far right were able to interact with, for perhaps the first time, communities during the COVID lockdown protests and rallies. Groups like some trade union groups, some religious minorities, the wellness or alternative health communities, and others. And in doing so, they were able to build up networks with demographics that they normally wouldn't have any real exposure to.
You've also addressed in this context what you've referred to as the rise of far-right alternative media. Could you explain that process and then perhaps a brief description of the Overton window and how that relates to it?
So there's a large online ecosystem of different alternative media spaces, podcasting spaces, video sharing spaces that the far right will use to try and promote their conspiratorial narratives, their anti-government narratives, their anti-Semitic narratives. There are websites, there are social media channels, there are live blogging spaces as well, and sometimes there will be a specific adoption of what you might call strategic ambiguity in those spaces, where it's all built around socialization, it's all built around community building. It's important, I think, to recognize that an average person's experience of the far right online, and even a person's movement into more extreme areas of the far right online, probably won't occur through political indoctrination. It will probably occur through socialization and the building of community, sharing of jokes, sharing of risque or politically incorrect memes, sharing of humour, being part of an online community where they can be politically incorrect, and so on. And in those sorts of environments, the far right thrive on that edgy humour, that way of creating edgy countercultures, and more. And so a danger here is that people will be drawn in, young people, old people, to these communities, into the fringes. And again, it doesn't mean that the people who are drawn in to those communities are far right or politically committed to far right ideals, but they may be being drawn into an online cultural network where that radicalisation can occur, as I mentioned before, in a decentralised way.
I note the time, Mr. Lancaster.
Yes.
Would this be an appropriate moment?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, very well. I'll take the morning adjournment.
All rise. ADC, Antisemitism and Social Cohesion.
Professor Droogan, just to finish off the topic I was asking about immediately before the adjournment, you were addressing increasing prominence of far-right alternative media sources, and in your report you state that their existence and their operation has blurred the boundary between mainstream conservative discourse and explicit far-right narratives. You've described some of that, but could you identify what you then refer to, which is one consequence might be to shift what is described as the Overton window? Could you describe what that is and what in the social sciences that means?
Absolutely. So I want to make it very clear that I don't consider it useful to frame mainstream conservative discourse in Australia as far right, and I don't want to frame people who wander in to these far right fringes from conservative spaces as far right necessarily. It's a process, this radicalisation into the fringes. But the Overton window is something that the far right would like to shift in Australia and elsewhere, and that is a concept of what is politically possible and acceptable in both mainstream discussions but also in political policy making. Ideas that in one period of time might be considered non-mainstream, too extreme, such as ideas about multiculturalism or something like that, can change over time to become accepted. And so that concept in political theory is called the shifting of the Overton window. One of the objectives, I think, of the far right in Australia and elsewhere through their propagandising is to shift that public debate, those public narratives and discussions further into their space. Of course, it's a long way to go to get into their space, since they are people who are driven by racial politics and agendas of genocide, really, against those that they consider to be outgroups. But they would like to shift public debate further and further towards that direction.
And so the political science concept of the Overton window describes what is generally regarded as permissible range of public discourse, and is your observation that far-right extremist narratives that are available and increasingly more available on alternative media sources have the effect of expanding the range of acceptable discourse, or at least discourse that is tolerated?
I think so, particularly amongst young men.
Now, can I move to the next part of your report, which is the substantial question of the identification of the key drivers for the emergence and growth of far-right extremism in Australia? And you've drawn attention to three main categories that I'll ask you about. One is the structural drivers, another is targeted recruitment, and the third is the individual vulnerability of community members. So just starting with the structural drivers, you've referred to a set of overarching conditions that have created fertile ground in Australia for this. Could you describe what they are?
Sometimes called in the literature this idea of polycrisis, or many crises that have faced Australia but are international over the past 10-15 years, that include the pandemic, increased geopolitical risk, environmental change, the changes to the nature of work, the diminishing of traditional jobs that might be related to traditional gender roles, male roles and so on, leading to a generalized state of higher anxiety than we saw more than, say, 10, 15 or so years ago. This is the notion that we live in anxious times, and that young people have more to be anxious about today than perhaps previous generations had.
And is a large part of that what I think you describe as a general drift towards illiberal and authoritarian politics internationally.
That's right.
You've also made the observation that one of the structural drivers is a tendency toward reductionist thinking as a precursor to radicalisation. Could you describe that?
One of the ways that human beings manage complexity and complex problems is to look for a pattern and to look for a digestible solution. So one of the functions of conspiracy theories, for instance, is to take a complex challenge and to provide a simplistic and, for conspiracy theories, a wrong explanation for why that complex set of events has occurred. And so certainly one very natural human response to complexity and anxiety and these networked, interrelated challenges that we face globally at the moment is to look in a reductionist way to simple solutions to those problems.
And that operates as a driver generally of a tendency towards extremism, does it?
It can.
It's often observed in public discourse that there were traditional structures that would support individuals who were marginalised or felt that they had particular grievances, like organised religion, organised community groups, organised working groups like trade unions and the like. Do you subscribe to the view that the decline of some of those traditional structures and organisations does contribute to a greater susceptibility to radicalisation now?
I think it could. I don't want to be overly nostalgic about the past, and indeed, I think some of those communities in the past could themselves have been the locus for extremism to rise in the 20th century. But today, a lot of that community building and community identification for young and old people is online, and it has moved perhaps away from what we might consider those traditional loci of community building, be it the church or trade unions or community groups and so on. And so that brings with it a series of other potential challenges and vulnerabilities, as we've already spoken about.
You've referred to a second driver, which is an erosion of shared standards of evidence and truthfulness in society. Could you elaborate on that?
It's sometimes called the epistemic crisis, in that it's harder today for people to know what is true, but perhaps more importantly, how to identify truth. Again, the internet has dissolved a lot of the gatekeepers or boundaries around truth and verification in society. Traditional gatekeepers like traditional media, politicians, academics, experts. Today there are a range of other voices and spaces out there, particularly online, where alternative presentations are given. Sometimes this is good, sometimes this is less good, and it can lead to this growth of emotional thinking, people gravitating online to the narrative that most suits them, that most gives them the gratifications that they're looking for, and it can also lead to the growth of conspiracy thinking and this reductionist thinking that we talked about before.
You refer in your report to the absence of what you describe as the accountability of traditional media. And I know nothing gives Australians greater joy than attacking the media, but you're referring to the fact that journalists, professional journalists, are bound by a code of ethics and can be the subject of complaints, and the Press Council can look at it. Whereas online, people get their information from sources that have no accountability of that character.
That's right, and your only accountability online perhaps is to how well you can engage the population to get the hits and engagement you need, and you can be more extreme to do that rather than less.
In an earlier block of hearings, we heard from an expert in the field of media and communications about the importance for us as a society ensuring that we have a reasonable pool of professional journalists. And he suggested the idea that it may ultimately be necessary to fund commercial stations just to maintain a sufficient number of qualified journalists within the community. Do you have views about that?
I'm not a media and communication scholar, but certainly I think there are opportunities in this current epistemic crisis that we're talking about for government to play more of a role in creating a shared set of common beliefs and shared social cohesion.
As a society, if we can't agree on basic facts, we have a problem.
I agree, and I think the universities play a role in this as well, and so do schools.
You've also referred as one of the structural drivers to an underlying longer-running contest between what you've described as cosmopolitan values and a backlash against such values. Could you explain what you mean by that?
This is a very general point. If we look at this issue historically, I think an argument can be made that since the turn of the century, we've seen a general retreat from the confidence and the pluralism of Western societies in the 1990s to a more anxious and perhaps even a more defensive political and social character. And you can look at the rise of culture wars, you can look at the rise of forms of extremism, you can look at the rise of increasingly extremist politics and so on as well, as evidence of this drift towards more anxious times.
The second category of key drivers that you refer to is targeted recruitment. And can I ask you some questions about your opinion about that? You've noted that in parallel with the structural drivers, far-right groups actively promote extremist narratives and attempt to target and recruit individuals and particular demographics. Could you explain the way that occurs to the extent you haven't already addressed it today?
So can you explain just a little more on what you would like me to explain there?
So in particular, the narratives you address in paragraph 3.10 and 3.11 as contributing to the process of radicalisation.
So I think in those paragraphs I'm looking at radicalisation and recruitment through social networks and social influence, through friendship groups, looking at peer-to-peer social dynamics, online environments, digital platforms and algorithms. Is that what you're asking me to talk more about?
Yeah.
So you may have online groups that form around, again, a more mainstream issue. It could be a protest issue or a grievance issue. It could be to do with, again, fear of terrorism or concerns about broader social issues. And then within those online communities, some research has shown algorithmic intensification of those concepts, those ideas, those sentiments to become progressively more extreme over time.
And you've described it in a few of these paragraphs as involving a red pill discourse to describe the process of that initial engagement and socialisation in what seems like an ordinary enough social setting, whether in real life, if there is such a thing, or online, and the distinction between that conventional reality and a far-right extremist narrative on the other hand. Could you just describe that process a little?
Yeah, the concept of red pilling is a generalised concept now. It's been around for quite some time, that online communities or offline communities as well, people can be initiated into a way to see reality for what it really is, rather than the supposedly conventional or hidden reality that we experience day to day. So to take the red pill is to be deprogrammed, deconditioned, to question the sorts of things that social norms might not want you to question, to have debates that social norms and social politeness might not want you to have. For instance, that could be an antisemitic discourse, to look for conspiracies and so on, puppet masters controlling the world and the processes of the world. And so to be red-pilled is to be awoken to a truth, and it might appeal to adolescents, in particular young people who are looking for edgy narratives or countercultural narratives. That's contrasted to a black pill terminology, which I don't think I mentioned here, which is just to have a deeply dystopian and pessimistic view of the world, and to give up entirely and to embrace a nihilistic view of society and all things.
And that description is that a misappropriation of the scene from The Matrix?
It is.
The third driver category you refer to is individual vulnerability. And you've indicated that research shows that individuals who radicalise to far-right extremism are predominantly male in their mid-20s, frequently display mental health problems, are disengaged from school and life, and may have criminal and other problems. Now, could you just address this question of individual vulnerability, both within that cohort and more broadly?
Yeah, so that research was performed by Professor Adrian Cherney, who I believe you'll be speaking to during this block.
We are, yeah.
So I do recommend him and his excellent research to you. In terms of research into far-right extremism, or indeed any form of extremism and terrorism in Australia, we are limited by the data that we have and the research that has been done. This work is really some of the most foundational and important research in that space. But those demographics that I give around mid-20s, male, mental health, they would also apply to non-far-right forms of extremism in Australia. So perhaps young men who are drawn into jihadism and other areas as well.
And what about individual vulnerability in other cohorts, other categories of individuals in the community?
So there's a sense of victimhood always, and grievance amongst those who are drawn into extremist groups, and particularly into the far right. A lot of the vulnerabilities and grievances are tailored towards, if you like, held by young people, particularly young men. But I think it would be a mistake to also ignore older Australians and others who can also be drawn into these online rabbit holes and other areas and these grievance narratives as well. To be perfectly honest, for me to say anything that is able to be substantiated in this space, more research needs to be done in this area in Australia.
Thank you. Can I move to the next section of your report, where you address the question of whether, and if so, how the online environment in particular facilitates the spread of far-right ideology and is a factor in far-right extremism and radicalisation. And you've addressed that under two initial headings, facilitation and radicalisation. Can I ask you about the facilitation section? You've indicated that at the end of this section that the internet's easy exposure to multiple ideological currents can facilitate a pattern of individuals moving between ideologies, and you referred a little earlier to the incoherence that is often involved with radicalised individuals. Could you elaborate on that?
So the internet provides lots of different gratifications for people. people want social networks primarily, in my experience, looking at online communities, but they also want narratives to explain the world and to knit those social networks together. Those narratives can be drawn from lots of different places online. So again, as opposed to a earlier terrorist or revolutionary political movements that were framed around a political ideology, be it jihadism or Marxism or what have you. Online today, you can have communities that pick and choose their narratives, their symbols, their shared language, and they can do so in a very eclectic way and move quite rapidly between. It can almost be, again, that superficiality of the internet, almost aesthetics sometimes that they can choose to build around. And so that leads to this notion of there being almost a pick and choose, a choose your own adventure, sometimes called a salad bar type approach to online radicalisation today amongst young people who don't necessarily have a coherent political ideology, but maybe picking up tropes and narratives, including anti-Semitic narratives online.
You've drawn attention to the fact that online extremist spaces can perform a genuine social function for individuals who participate in it, and that is really part of the difficulty, because it does provide an environment of acceptance and belonging to that extent. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
And you referred to the manosphere, to conspiracy narratives, to fringe subcultures as examples of that occurring.
That's right. These online spaces do provide a sense of community and a sense of belonging for people.
Is it also true that there's an absence of or more of an absence of a formal hierarchy in online spaces, and that is one of the distinguishing features of radicalisation online compared to the traditional way of joining a group with a leader and a mentor?
That is often the case. Often it's much more of a social, decentralised network of individuals without hierarchy, but there will be elements of the online experience that might drive people towards more radical views. One is this notion of individuation, this idea of being anonymous online. Studies have shown that this can lead to people to have lose their inhibitions about being rude to others or aggressive. So the trolling phenomenon online, and also echo chambers can reinforce particular narratives, and so there are sort of dynamics in the online space that can lead to radicalisation purely because of the medium that people are in, not relying on hierarchies or leaderships.
You've been quite careful to indicate that it is difficult to ascribe a simple link between online radicalisation or online extremism and physical violence in the world, and you indicate that some further research would be required before firm conclusions are drawn, but that there are some examples, and you've already referred to the Christchurch attack as one, where it seems that there is a documented instances of moving from online extremism to offline violence. But can you perhaps describe your views about that and what further research might be needed?
It's a very hard area to have concrete research and findings in, not just in the online space. Processes of radicalisation where a person's view of the world becomes intensified and more extreme. These are generally understood, both online and offline, but how some radicalised people then turn to violence and engage in violent extremism or terrorism, I would argue that that's not well understood, either offline or online. There's a lot of diversity, difference between the individuals who come out of radicalised spaces and become violent. No social scientist, to my knowledge, has found a pattern or a formula to understand exactly what happens. It may be that it's always quite distinct and diverse in how that occurs. And that's an important thing to remember when looking at extremist movements. They may be politically dangerous, but they may not necessarily be presenting a terrorist danger all the time, because that jump to violence is not well understood. Online as well, we have correlations that may or may not suggest causes. We have, again, you mentioned the Christchurch attack. That was an attack that was designed to go viral online. It was streamed, included hashtags and memes and so on, to get engagement online, to build up that propaganda, to spread the messaging as far as he could amongst young people. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it was entirely an online experience that radicalised him to engage in that attack in the first place. So again, it's not right, I don't think, at this point with the research we have, to say that the online environment does in certain ways radicalise people to become terrorist actors. It's too complicated.
You've also identified some other prominent vectors for the spread of far-right ideologies. And would you identify the most significant of those in your view? It's in section 5 of your report.
So in section 5 we're looking at offline spaces, the distribution of physical hard copies of literature, far-right extremist fiction, books like Mein Kampf and so on. We're also looking at flyering and stickering and putting up posters and so on in university campuses to attract young people into these movements, perhaps to attract them into online spaces. The active club networks that we discussed before, music and concerts and skinhead white power concerts. I mean, all of these are important, clothing and branding, but I think probably at the moment in Australia, one of the things that we're seeing which is new are these public assemblies, rallies, protests and so on that the far right engage in, promote through social media, Telegram channels and so on, to engage mainstream Australians in protests, and then to infiltrate those protests and to try and, again, align and to mainstream and to spread their messaging. That's something that's been emerging in the last few years in Australia since COVID. I would suggest that's quite significant where that could lead.
Thank you. Can I address one last topic with you, which is your evidence about the Compact program that's run by Multicultural New South Wales. So if you could first identify what the Compact program is, please.
So the Compact program is a social resilience program that is funded by Multicultural New South Wales. It has been in operation since for more than a decade. It was designed after the Martin Place terrorist attack in Sydney. I think that was in 2014 or 15. The Compact program is designed to work with community groups and stakeholders across community to create genuine grassroots programs that support social resilience and a sense of belonging amongst all Australians, and to do so in a way that also creates an alliance of different partners, community groups, actors across society that can knit together to know one another, to have that social connectivity that gives them social capital. So that when society is placed under stress through terrorist attacks or through other impacts that adversely affect our society, rather than splintering into cycles of hate or reciprocal violence or cumulative violence, society comes together. These networks have been built. People have a sense of social connectivity and a sense of social cohesion. So it's not a de-radicalisation program. It's not targeted at de-radicalising individuals. It's designed to work with communities to enhance what they're already doing, to build social cohesion, to build grassroots belonging amongst all Australians, all people in New South Wales, to provide that resilience framework so that we are a socially cohesive society under stress.
And you yourself have contributed to the development of the program, is that right?
I have, working with colleagues at Macquarie University and also with Multicultural New South Wales. I was tasked with working on the development of that program.
And can you provide some instances of the way that program has been rolled out or applied in practice?
So the program works on two levels. There is the immediate level, which are a series of grants that are given to community groups to run specific projects around youth resilience building, youth empowerment, things like digital literacy. An example would be the Young Voices Strong Communities program, which was a school-based youth podcast and digital literacy program designed to work with young people to further enhance their sense of belonging and resilience. But all of these programs, to be funded by Compact, have to engage with more than one partner. So you would ideally bring together groups that wouldn't necessarily work together. That could, for instance, be a religious group, a political group, a community-based organisation, a university, a government department, or PCYC, whatever it might be. And so the second level upon which Compact then works, which is perhaps equally or perhaps more significant, is that all of those partners who work on these projects, which are in and of themselves positive, then create an alliance, and that's called the Compact Alliance. And it's that alliance framework that will knit together and join together during and after crises to create a sense of social connectivity, social capital and belonging amongst different communities in a very organic way, so that again cycles of hate are not intensified or amplified, and that society is able to knit together in a socially cohesive way.
And you've explained in your statement that that sort of community-based resilience project is designed to avoid the risk of top-down imposition of programs being counterproductive.
There's a legacy of programs in Australia, but more so elsewhere in the UK and other places, that have been very top-down, but they've also been focused on countering violent extremism, which Compact is not. Countering violent extremism means that the program is identifying locations in society where violent extremism might emerge from, and working with those parts of society to prevent, to intervene and prevent that violent extremism from occurring. It has been shown through academic research and community consultations that working top-down with communities like that as potential loci of extremism can be counterproductive. It can create the alienation and sense of being disenfranchised and marginalised from the broader community that can breed violent extremism. Programs like Compact, however, are not that top-down program. They're not designed to identify extremism and stop it. They're bottom-up, and they're designed to be proactive and not reactive. They're not reacting to areas of extremism, but they're being proactive by supporting and knitting together all elements of community, because encountering terrorism and violent extremism, we're not only preventing the acts, that is very important, but we also are putting together architecture in society so that we can withstand acts of extremism when they do occur. And so it's both preventative in a general way, but also responsive in bringing together all elements of society in areas when social cohesion is under stress.
Thanks, Professor Droogan. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Professor. You are excused. Yes.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dr. Roose, who I call.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Roose, your full name, please.
Joshua Mark Roose.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission, and indeed you've given a statement and previous evidence to the Royal Commission.
I have.
You have prepared a more recent statement, though, dated 4th of August 2026.
Yes.
In that expert report, you have expressed a number of opinions. Are they opinions that you hold?
Yes.
And to the extent that your report refers to facts, they are facts that you understand to be true and correct.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender Dr. Roose's report. I do exclude from the tender footnote 44 and the second and third sentences of paragraph 119.
Yes, footnote 44, second and third from... all right, that's noted, Mr. Lancaster, and subject to those deletions from the report, which I think is stat.899.111.0626_R, will be received as an exhibit.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Doing your work for you, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, as it turns out, not quite, because the ID is stat.899.0001.0626_R.
Sometimes you can't take a trick.
Whatever the number, I tender the document.
And it is admitted.
Now, Dr. Roose, as you've explained to the Commissioner before, you are the Associate Professor of Politics at the Alfred Deakin Institute for Citizenship and Globalisation at Deakin University.
Yes.
You are currently seconded as the Director of Research and Policy at the Door Foundation.
Yes.
And you have identified in a little more detail in this statement your work at the Door Foundation and how that has contributed to your understanding of the subject of some of your research work, which does encompass extreme right and national socialist movements, Salafi jihadism, conspiratorial and anti-government extremism, misogynistic online movements, multiculturalism and social cohesion. Is that right? Now, can I ask you to just address the matters that you refer to in particular paragraphs 30 and 31 of your statement, where you describe your secondment to the Door Foundation and how that experience has shaped some of your understanding?
Certainly. I was, so I've been a professor, associate professor at Deakin University now for coming up to 4 years. Obviously my primary area of work is the study and research on violent extremism, terrorism and different ideological currents that contribute to that. For me, I mean, the reason I do what I do is attempt to ensure safety of the wider community. The Bondi terror attack was Australia's deadliest terror attack. I was uniquely placed to contribute to that, and I was asked to contribute to the Jewish community response through the Door Foundation. I had Vice-Chancellor approval to do so, which took some getting and a bit of time, but we got there. And ultimately I've got a year now that I'm spending working with the Door Foundation, looking at drivers of anti-Semitism, more broadly looking at some of the key factors shaping the environment that's sustaining a continued anti-Semitism. And so I think I'm now 6 months in. The whole year's been a blur, but I believe I've got 6 months to go at this point. So. To speak to the areas of expertise, as a case in point, Door Foundation has been contributing to the work of the Commission by monitoring online hatred directed towards witnesses. It's also, I've been to a lot of different meetings. Last year attended the ISGAP forum in at University of Oxford, where again it was a workshop looking at the different dimensions of anti-Semitism. It's not something that I'd published extensively on, but what had emerged for me over a prolonged period of time was that this was a common factor shaping extremism across the spectrum, this anti-Semitism and the targeting Jewish communities in particular. So for me, that was the reason why I'm now doing what I'm doing at DOR.
And when you went to the UK, where I think they've seen a spike of anti-Semitism much as we have, did you observe similar drivers? That when you talk of a common factor, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, significantly. We're in a really interesting situation historically, because on the one hand, Conservatives and the political right, the mainstream political right, have actually come out strongly against anti-Semitism, but the extreme right are more avowedly anti-Semitic than ever. Then we've seen a broader extreme left anti-Semitism emerging, but it's always been there, but we're now seeing it emerge obviously amongst conspiratorial actors, for example, and others. And this is all playing out in the UK. This is a transnational phenomenon, but I think Australia's, I'll speak to it, but Australia's policy frameworks also in some way contribute.
And you observe in your statement that anti-Semitism is essential to consider across the spectrum of extreme ideologies, because it is, as you describe, something that contains a conspiratorial structure that can activate and support a whole range of different extremist ideologies. Is that right?
That's right. It's the idea of, and this is what makes anti-Semitism unique, where most forms of extremism, or most forms of racism, hone in on perceived deficits and weakness or threat. Like it could be targeting Muslim communities because they're seen as replacing white communities. It could be targeting LGBTQIA plus communities because they're seen as degenerate. This is the language used by extremists. But what we're seeing with the Jewish community is that across the spectrum of extremist actors, they're being targeted because they're seen as all-powerful, that they're behind the scenes pulling the strings. They're the invisible, tiny group that no one, most extremists could never say they've actually met or engaged with Jewish people, but they're behind the scenes, they're pulling the strings, and they're all powerful, and so they need to be targeted for that reason.
And so rather than just providing a mere prejudice, as you observe, mere hostility in sentiment is not the mechanism you're referring to. It's the conspiratorial nature of the allegation or the underlying understanding of anti-Semitism.
That's correct. They're seen as an orchestrating effect where Jewish elites are working together to control society.
And indeed you put it forward as the single most important feature of anti-Semitism from your perspective when you describe extremism and radicalisation.
Yes.
Your expert report addresses the drivers of anti-Semitism at 4 interconnected levels. Before I ask you about those particular 4 levels, can I ask you to address the topic you cover in paragraph 39 and following, which is to answer the question, why is anti-Semitism the shared destination of these of the grievance narratives that you seek to understand the drivers of? And in that respect, you refer to a series of considerations related to grievance narratives performing 3 related functions. And could you just run through those and describe them, please?
Certainly. To speak to the different ideological strands, to address the question, National Socialism, Salafi Jihadism. We're also talking here elements of Christian nationalism, revolutionary socialism and Marxism, but also conspiracism, as well as anti-government extremism, so even sovereign citizens. So we're taking a very broad approach. What's driving? I asked the question: what's driving the animosity amongst these groups? And a critical factor here are the grievances, and the grievances really are oriented and based in a sense of disempowerment, a sense of having been marginalised in some way, shape or form. Now this can happen at a group level, but it's primarily focused at the level of individual radicalisation, where people feel that they're disempowered, they're disenfranchised, they're being marginalised. They feel, and critical here is the role of emotion. They feel anger. Anger is the primary driver of anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories. It's a sense of having been disempowered. It's a response mechanism to that sense of disempowerment. And so that's common across these different movements, is that anger being directed. And ironically, they all converge on the smallest segment of the population on this perception that they're disempowered, but the Jewish people are the most powerful group. So the big issue here is the question of power.
And for those who perceive an injury or a problem in their lives, whether groups or individuals who have these grievances, you've identified how anti-Semitism provides an emotional and interpretative framework by which to attribute responsibility for those grievances to a group.
That's correct. Without elaborating too much, I think that anger is grounded in a sense of shame and humiliation and resentment. And the empirical work we have done demonstrates that anger is driven by those emotions, but also critically here, as the previous witness discussed, grief plays a role as well. The loss of someone close is often a driving factor as well in someone's turn to extremism. So that's sort of the emotional role. Emotion's often overlooked as a key driver, but it's absolutely critical.
And is part of the fact that it is very much an emotional response connected to the observation you make about these grievance narratives often, or indeed almost always, lacking a credible factual basis.
That's right. It's this irony in that I've talked in my past evidence about terrorists being rational actors, but when it comes to the beliefs that they hold, there's no evidential base. There's no grounds for asserting that Jews are behind the scenes pulling the strings of how the world operates.
And in that respect, the adoption of anti-Semitism fulfills an emotional and interpretative need, as you've described it.
Plays a critical emotional role as well as a political role in mobilising the group.
Now, you published a book called The New Demagogues.
Yes.
And could you just describe the subject matter of that text before I ask you about the two findings you say are most relevant here?
So The New Demagogues was, what I wanted to do with that book was to understand why we were seeing the emergence of quite unprecedented new forms of populism, political populism in particular. Why we were seeing the EU referendum occur, the election of Donald Trump, but also the Islamic State and its emergence in 2014 to 16. So I did field work in Birmingham with white working class men. I also did field work in the US, but also did field work in Melbourne, looking at Islamic State and speaking to some members of the families and so on as well. That book really honed in on the intersection of masculinity in particular as a driver and as a mobilising force, but also the role of religion in populism.
You've said that two findings are particularly relevant to this expert report. The first of those is what you describe as the weakening of the social promise. Could you elaborate on that?
So what we've seen over a prolonged period of time, I go back to really the emergence of free market economics in the 1970s. What we've seen is a hollowing out of societal institutions over a prolonged period of time. We've seen, if you go back 40, 50 years, trade union membership started at about 50% of the population. Church attendance was about 50% of the population. People were far more engaged in their communities. And we've seen a hollowing out of key institutions over time. We're now talking about 10% trade union membership, 10% church attendance, a higher in recent migrant communities. And what we're seeing is that people have lost a sense of belonging to their wider community. Trade unions offered, for example, a sense of solidarity, a sense of knowing your place in the world, and community. Church offered community. So we've seen these institutions that bounded the lives of working class people effectively dissipated due to both free market economics but also government policies over the years. The key point there is that something had to replace that. And what we've seen is the emergence of the internet, social media, and the online world. And the online world has created these online solidarities and communities and belonging that no longer exist for many people in the real world. And it's quite possible for someone to have a connection to someone overseas and consider them to be a friend or a confidant, and much closer to them than someone living next door. Now that's playing a key role in radicalisation trajectories. So that also speaks to the second finding here.
So you say the second finding concerns supply. Could you explain what you mean by that? Paragraph 43.
Yep. So in effect, these institutions provided moral authority, sense of belonging and so on, that people were able to, even if they were going through hardship, they were able to source a sense of belonging and purpose, but also a wider community resilience. They were able to, for example, go down to their local working club or their RSL and so on. What we've seen is over time, particularly with the emergence of social media, that's just been basically entirely replaced, where most people now spend more time online engaging with other people than they do face to face. So we've lost an important sense of that personal interaction, and in so doing, there's a space for extremist narratives to supplant wider understandings and common dialogue about what it is to be Australian, what it is to belong to the wider community.
And so your reference to supply is the supply of a framework that fills the void that's left by what you've referred to as the weakening of the social
Correct.
institutions that you've referred to.
Correct.
And then you go on to make the point that the grievance narrative requires more than dislike of another group, that it requires that group be held causally responsible for the grievance.
That's correct.
And you've identified anti-Semitism is of great utility in that structure because it brings its own attribution of causation. Is that right?
Correct. It's this idea, because ultimately to thrive, grievance narratives require dehumanisation. They require a target, a cause of all your problems. And it's only really through the online world in particular where anti-Semitism has been able to thrive in a way it couldn't in a face-to-face environment. There was always a casual anti-Semitism embedded, and casual racism embedded in Australian life. But anti-Semitism and the narratives around it, including who's pulling the strings, who's controlling government, it's basically possible to attribute everything to this so-called Jewish lobby, because everything that's going wrong with my life, it's not me, it's not this other group, it's the Jews. And so it's a really powerful mobilising force that's taken shape over the last 10 to 15 years in particular.
And from your work, we understand this notion that the Jewish lobby controls everything has been highly influential in neo-Nazi thinking in Australia. But you're saying it is highly influential in the thinking that informs Islamic extremism and left-wing extremism.
Absolutely, as well as conspiratorial actors. I mean, to speak to anti-Semitism in Salafi jihadist communities and Islamist communities, it's always been there. It's this idea that the Jews are mischievous and always causing problems and sowing the seeds of disruption to the community. But it's played out particularly online and through influential hate preachers. We've also seen it play out on the extreme left, where I don't want to go down the road that we went down in here in Block 1 of Zionism, but Zionists are the perfect enemy because they're this overarching frame. There's no diversity in this framing of what a Zionist is. A Zionist is a bad person who is loyal to a state that's hurting others. So that's the framing that is adopted. But then when you talk about conspiratorial actors, sovereign citizens are incredibly anti-Semitic. They have this anti-globalist worldview that the government is a corporation, and who controls corporations? It's the Jews. So it's the perfect enemy across so many different layers of these ideological narratives.
I said I'd return to ask you about the drivers in the structure in which you've addressed it in your report. Could I do that, please, by perhaps referring you first to paragraph 7 in your summary, where you refer to the 4 interconnected levels. And could I invite you just to explain each of those levels? And the first of them is driving anti-Semitism and radicalisation through the structural conditions that exist in the community.
Certainly.
I think you also address it at paragraph 37.
Thank you. Yep. So I think there's probably 2 areas I'd hone in and focus on here. And it's not that they generate anti-Semitism, but they create an environment in which it's able to actually flourish and take shape. And that Australia's racism frameworks and what our understanding of what racism is and is constituted by at a structural level, but also our multicultural frameworks. To be clear, and I am very clear in the report as well, I'm not saying that people who adopt, who are engaged in this are promoting anti-Semitism in any way, shape or form. But what we do have is an environment where racism frameworks are very focused on perceived disadvantage and in particular a visible disadvantage. So it would be, for example, that it's quite easy to establish that someone's racist because they've attacked someone on the basis of their colour. It's more difficult with the Jewish community because many Jewish Australians appear, for all intents and purposes, to be Caucasian. And so racism frameworks often are based on that perceived disadvantage, but a little bit, they find it difficult to identify. But the other area here is, what do you do with a community that, for all intents and purposes, is quite well off across the spectrum? But all the statistics indicate that Jewish Australians are more highly educated, make higher incomes, and also are prominent in key areas of Australian social life and political life. And so the question is, within racism frameworks, is, well, how can you establish any form of disadvantage? It's a much harder element to establish. So there's that component. There's also multicultural politics. Australia's a flourishing multicultural society. We're all the beneficiaries of that in different ways. My own wife comes from a Mauritian background, and I wouldn't have my family without Australian multiculturalism. But we also have to acknowledge that multicultural frameworks, again, favour because they are organised on the basis of claim making. So each organisation has to put their hand up and state their perceived disadvantage and the challenges that they're facing, in order to have resources allocated to them. And Australian multicultural politics then becomes contested as different community groups, that are seeking the same allocation of resources, get frustrated if they're not the recipient of grants, if they're not the recipient of funding, and so on. We've seen this play out in the context of the last couple of years, where the Jewish community, for example, has been, again, framed as all-powerful, pulling the strings because they're getting extra security funding. So these are environments that, because they're not well attuned to the dimensions of contemporary anti-Semitism and what it looks like in practice, are really, unfortunately, contributing to a normalisation of some sentiment. I think there's room for calibration in that space, in those structural determinants. But then I also talk about push-pull and personal factors.
Yeah. I'll ask you about that in a moment, but your observations about multicultural policies and multiculturalism, you make very clear in your report that you're not critical of those existing structures in themselves. You're drawing attention to the fact that, in your view, they do not adequately capture anti-Semitism in the sense of identifying anti-Semitism within that particular framework.
That's absolutely correct. I'm saying that there's a significant blind spot in our multicultural and racism frameworks.
Now, you then referred to the three Ps, as I think it's been summarised in evidence received earlier today. The push factors, the pull factors, and the personal factors. Could I ask you about each of those from your perspective? And I take it you heard Professor Droogan's evidence earlier today.
Correct. I also heard Associate Professor Poika, who I've worked with.
Yeah.
I've actually worked with both. So,
Yeah.
So it's not significantly different, and I won't elaborate the point too much. But I see push factors as those factors that are drivers of individual circumstance. It could be we're living in the midst of a significant housing affordability crisis, significant financial crisis, where particularly in regional Australia, for example, people can't afford to buy a home in the town they grew up in, let alone build a better life for themselves and their families. When I'm talking about young men, there are many men now, for example, who are unable to find wives. There are now more single men in the US than there are women for the first time. So we're seeing significant issues where you've got this intersection of, in particular, masculinity, social disadvantage, social trajectory challenges where people just can't build that better life, that are making people more receptive to the pull factors. And those pull factors are the narratives. Now the narratives can be normative. It's the Jews, like this is normative sort of framing. But very often there's malevolent actors behind a lot of these narratives. So there's violent extremists, and you've got groups like the NSN in particular who have been very proactive in this space. You've got hate preachers and you've got others. But then you've also got influencers who are grifters, who are seeking to effectively make not just political capital, but make financial capital off this through selling this. So as a case in point, not only are people like Dan Bazarin, who's a misogynistic influencer, making a lot of money through that, they've branched into anti-Semitism and about like really aggressively not only Israel but anti-Jewish people, is again behind the scenes pulling strings. So we're seeing people profiting financially, and the tech platforms are allowing that. So that's the push and pull. And speak very quickly to the personal. Those are the psychological factors that I'm not qualified to assess. But often someone might have a mental health issue or be obviously drawn into that. Some of the research demonstrates that autism spectrum disorder, for example, intersects with the attraction to violent extremist narratives in a particular way.
Thank you. Now, if I can take you then to your summary at the start of your report, and you refer in paragraph 15 of your report to the creation of permissive conditions and circumstances in which, to use your words, communities may be positioned as rival claimants. Could you explain what you mean by that?
So apologies, but I did get ahead of myself before. I did go through this a little bit, talking about the fact that people are seeking an allocation of resources. The way that Australian multiculturalism is structured is that there are community bodies that are representing their wider community, often run by the first generation. Who came, they build these institutional structures, they then they get brought into roundtables and frameworks, and then they effectively seek the allocation of resources to help their communities establish, flourish, thrive, and so on. And what we see is that has worked reasonably well for a prolonged period of time. But it can also result in a competitive dimension where different groups are very honed in on what other groups are getting, all right, and are seeking a better allocation. Now the government seeks to manage that, as a case in point, when they appointed two envoys. They appointed both an anti-Semitism envoy and an Islamophobia envoy. And I don't pass judgment on either of those, but this is an observation. In another instance, security funding. one group will get security funding, but they'll also ensure that the other group gets a block funding. And it's not necessarily based on the evidence, it's based on the politics. And that's a significant issue in terms of the way that multicultural frameworks are run. They're not being evidence-based, they're actually they're running on political lines. And that can then cause further division down the line.
Your report also addresses a section on vectors and pathways, and the first of the topics that you address in detail there are digital environments as providing vectors and pathways. And you've mentioned already some aspects of the way social media can provide a structure within which radicalisation or extremism can flourish, but would you like to address any other part of that part of your statement?
I think the Commission's already done and is doing important work in exposing that and unpacking it. I think critical here is that intersection of the sheer amount of time that Australians are spending online. I can speak to personal experience trying to drag my daughters offline. As a case in point, they still manage to rack up a couple of hours a day. I don't know how. This is the issue, is that not only, like, for the first time in history, every single person who's got access to a mobile phone or a computer is a publisher. And so we are seeing a preponderant, just an enormous bulk of content online, but also people engaging with other people, being exposed to ideas that they would never otherwise have been exposed to. And in that context, which is basically almost anarchic, we're seeing extremist narratives flourish, because they speak to the negative experiences, they speak to disempowerment, they speak to people who feel marginalised. And so to that extent, regulation is critical. I think the key point I would make that I believe is well known to the Commission is that regulation has been almost impossible. I do believe the E-Safety Commission is doing its best work and attempting to this, but is dramatically under-resourced for the size and scale of the task. I believe they've got 30 or 40 active people. I think that could be 10 times the size and still struggle. So I think resourcing is critical, but also government resolve.
You've also referred to the consequence of the way you understand the social media process to work, of the normalisation of extremist speech. Could you explain what your opinion about that matter is?
Well, it has become normative to be exposed very quickly through algorithmic pathways to extreme content. And it might not be something you shared, it could be something that someone else that you know has shared. So it's obviously all designed to facilitate clicks, which facilitates profit. I think there's some interesting sort of new dynamics in that, for example, extreme content like the Noticer, which was discussed earlier. It's effectively a National Socialist Network aligned online newspaper. And noticing means that you're identifying what's going on. You can see through, the veil and understand what's going on. But we're seeing the Noticer, who are an extreme right news source, being shared by left activists, by Islamist activists, by conspiratorial thinkers, irrespective of the deep ideological divisions between them. Because ultimately it's about the story and it's about the target, it's not about the source. So we're seeing constant evolution in the online environment of extremist content being shared. I think also just worth noticing that exposure to that content alone can start to shape politics. Professor Droogan talked about the Overton window earlier today as a case in point. When there's that much extremist material online, it becomes normative. And people integrate it into their thinking and their big picture. And ultimately what we're seeing here is deeply, deeply dividing and damaging to Australian social cohesion.
I take it you see the online environment as the primary vector for radicalisation and extremism, do you? Or?
I think it's important not to overlook the face-to-face and the group. Interpersonal relationships are still one of the critical factors. and there's an enormous amount of work to be done in intervening in that space. But it's the online world that has shaped extremism in Australia, and not just extremism but violent extremism and terrorism. And I'll just point to the statistics that have been put forward before the Commission, where we've seen a steady increase in anti-Semitism from around the 2014, 15, 16 mark, work done by the ECAJ and others. And they all point to a steady increase. Now, encrypted messaging apps like Telegram started in 2014. These other groups, other companies have really started to take off at around that same time. So we're seeing a real world influence, I would assert. I can't prove causation, but there is a very, very strong correlation between the emergence of social media companies that are peddling this, Gab and others, and an increase in anti-Semitism across society.
The way you use the term vector, you refer to channels of transmissions, and then you use the term pathways to identify the trajectories by which people move from merely holding grievances towards radicalisation and, in some cases, violence. Can you identify the main pathways that you've addressed in your report?
Certainly. So the first pathway, again, speaks to that push factor. It's ultimately about needing someone to blame for your life circumstances. Social trajectory is critical, because it doesn't matter what socioeconomic background you come from, it doesn't matter what your religion is, it doesn't matter what your other attributes are. It's about whether or not you feel like you're progressing in life and making a better life for yourself, which is critical to the social contract. That's what's been promised. If you work hard, you will make a better life. Where people feel that they're stagnant or they're going backwards, that's when, in particular, see a significant challenge. That's where people are more likely and more likely to follow a path towards extremism. So that's the first. But it's also, there's an element here of fixation by individuals. And really that's much more individual grievance focused. There's a significant, whilst at the same time we're seeing a significant increase in violent extremism and terrorism, there's also, and I'd let the police speak to their statistics, but I'm aware of them, there's also a significant increase in fixated threats, which has seen the emergence of the fixated threat assessment centres in Victoria and elsewhere around the country. Where men in particular, not in their 40s, like the key demographic, where men in midlife are angry and looking for something to blame, and they don't fixate on this broader ideological narrative, they fixate on a person, and they seek to carry out violence against that person. So that's these are two different pathways that obviously bear mention.
Now, another significant question that you were asked to address in your report was measures to strengthen social cohesion and to counter ideologically and religiously motivated extremism. Can I ask you to address that topic in perhaps in the order in which you deal with it in your statement? But you've indicated that the conditions that generate demand for grievance narratives are the same conditions that weaken social cohesion. Could you describe that view?
When people feel like they can't build a better life for themselves across the spectrum, we see people more inclined to look for fault, to look for others to blame. And very often, rather than the nuanced understanding to blame government policy or to blame something else, it's much easier to identify a broad group. And unfortunately, this is a time-old phenomenon, particularly in relation to anti-Semitism. We saw it in the 1930s, where Germany had just lost World War I. It was struggling to rebuild. What was the core cohesive narrative to National Socialism? It was the Jews. The Jews were the largest single group holding us back from greatness they were to blame for our defeat, and so on. And we're seeing that play out again in the here and now, but we've seen it throughout history in different ways, shapes and forms. So a key element is when people aren't going anywhere in life, they're frustrated, they're pulled into these online worlds in particular, and you don't have to look very far on a social media site to find something where not only are Jews to blame, but Israel or the US are to blame. It's a broader anti-Western framework that's being applied here, where there's global elites, they're all operating in unison to hold me back. And it's evolving in different ways, shapes and forms. So that's probably the first element, but there are obviously a couple of others.
And you've identified 3 specific measures that is specific to dealing with anti-Semitism and the risk to individuals of radicalising with that framework. What are the 3? And perhaps I'll get you to, or ask you to elaborate on each.
Do you mind pointing me to that particular paragraph, because I thought I had 5.
You had 5?
I thought, sorry.
Paragraph 105, you've identified 3 specific measures to deal with anti-Semitism. The first of them is the revision of anti-racism frameworks.
Yep. So, well, that speaks to what I was talking about earlier. There is a blind spot in anti-racism frameworks where we tend to look at people who are seen as in deficit or weak, and we pay close attention to them. Resourcing has been very well directed, and if anything, Australia's anti-racism frameworks are amongst the strongest in the world, and we should be proud of that as a country. But the key weakness and the key blind spot relates to anti-Semitism. So we need to do more there, and I'm not in the position at this point, without the evidence base in front of me, to identify how that looks precisely. But I think we've got to acknowledge, first of all, that the blind spot exists, because we're talking about a group as if they're all powerful, as if they control and pull the strings behind the scenes, and that's been allowed to thrive and prosper, and it ties into a broader, if you are, in my personal and professional opinion, Australian tall poppy syndrome, where we like to target people who are perceived to be doing better than us and attempt to bring them back down. So I think the frameworks are really well applied everywhere else, but in particular in relation to anti-Semitism, they need work.
And as part of the framework that you propose, that would include what you've described as a specialist interpretive capability to deal with coded language and symbols and so on.
So that also ties in to that first point. There's a lot of obfuscation and coded anti-Semitism that exists, and obviously we've seen that in the material that's been provided to the Commission. You're seeing, we often provide, when we go through the material, the most egregious cases, but there's also an enormous array of material that is coded. It speaks to, and in my opinion, Zionism is a coded way of framing and speaking for Jews for a particular segment of the population who wish to target the Jewish community. I think it's quite legitimate to criticise the State of Israel for its foreign policy. By no means am I saying that, but when you criticise the right of a people to their homeland, to me that speaks to anti-Semitism, particularly when you're not applying it to any other group in society. So to that extent, there's been a coding, and we have to come to terms with the way that we frame the word Zionism as a particular form of racism. I don't want to revisit old terrain that's been well trodden, but I think that's something I consider. I think the other element there is obviously the interpretive capability. So we need to be able to identify it and have some sort of framework around how we understand that. And then there's obviously Holocaust education as well, which speaks to the broader civic issues in schools.
And then I think the 5 categories that you're referring to, you then subsequently deal with as 5 measures to strengthen social cohesion more generally. So it's stepping away from the necessary framework of anti-Semitism. The first of those is your recommendation that there be a recognition within institutional frameworks of anti-Semitism contributing to radicalisation. Is that right?
That's correct. So we have an incredible capacity to identify other forms of like, for example, racism or homophobia. We're very well equipped, and it's people can understand what they're seeing, and our frameworks understand it, and there's a lot of case law around it as well. But what we don't have are mechanism-based institutional frameworks where revision of anti-racism and anti-discrimination frameworks are playing out. So there's the threshold guidance, actual understanding for not only universities, employers, schools and others, but also prosecutors to understand what identity-based, protect political expression, and to be able to distinguish that from identity-based hostility. And then there's also, I believe others have proposed this as well, the better collection and more nuanced collection of statistics to support policy making into the future there.
And then you...
Can I just, I'm sorry Mr Lancaster, but just on that question of better collection of statistics, at the moment, as you well know, all the Jewish organisations that receive complaints feed them up into the Executive Council, which then produces its annual report. And in a sense, one suspects that people are more likely to make a complaint about anti-Semitism to their local community organisation than to, say, a government body. So what do you have in mind in terms of the better collection of data on anti-Semitism?
I think that could be a strength of Australia's frameworks, but it can also be, there's some critical vulnerabilities. Because, again, it ties the subjective component to that. Each community body has to wade through that data and then make a sort of informed consideration of, well, what is really anti-Semitism, what is really anti-Muslim racism, what is Islamophobia, so I think there's got to be a better framework around the definitions to guide them. Potentially more support to guide the collection of statistics within communities is one way forward. But unfortunately it also speaks to a potential competitive component where one group might say, well, you're experiencing more, but we are too. We need more resources. And I've seen that play out in Australian public policy debate recently. And I think it's unfortunate that it's gotten to that point. I think the government can create a potentially specific body that enacts training, that resources the collection of stats, has statisticians come in and train people up, and just builds more transparency around the collection of data. More professional expertise and guidance, I think, is a critical first step.
And you're talking of a national body that would collect statistical material on all forms of hate crime, if you like, or discrimination or hate crime. That, I suppose, to just come back to my earlier point, that you'd expect people to more naturally report to a local community organisation than to contact a government agency. I suppose the answer to that is those organisations feed into the national portal then.
I believe if it is professionalised and if it's the resourcing is there and people organisations are trained up in it, and there's a collective national standard on the collection of that data, but it's attuned to the different dimensions of each form is critical. It's got to be attuned to, for example, anti-Semitism. There's got to be an agreement on how that's going to be collected and what frames. I think I'll just add to that though, the collection of online material and data about online hate would also have to inform that, because these are personal experiences, but the online world is open to everyone, and that is measurable. It's an enormous task, but I think that would also be beneficial.
Sorry, Mr Lancaster.
No, not at all, Commissioner. Your reference to the data collection in the context of the online environment, I mean, it reflects, I think, each of your measures. You call for a better understanding of the data of what is actually occurring. It includes your observations about prosecution and enforcement and early intervention and also digital platform accountability. Just in relation to that last matter, digital platform accountability, you do, in your statement, in a couple of places, address a need for algorithmic transparency. What are you referring to there?
So this is the IP, effectively, of all the tech platforms, and that's worth billions, if not trillions of dollars to them, and it's incredibly difficult to unpack. But ultimately, those algorithms are what steer people towards clickable content and extremist narratives and ideas. We don't know. I've heard it described as the secret sauce of how tech companies work. They're not going to share it. But ultimately, without an understanding or some sort of insight into the fact that they're doing what they can to either dullen, you're never going to be able to eradicate hate online entirely, but to steer people away from it or to shut it down entirely. I think we're talking here about the need for some form of transparency built in. Now, these companies are platformed overseas. They're often, in cases like X, to be blunt, they're completely resistant to any form of regulation. But if they want to do business in the Australian context, I'd say it's in the national interest that there is some sort of insight into what they're doing there.
You also make some general recommendations about civic formation at the most general of levels, but then a series of specific areas for consideration in your paragraph 121. You've addressed a number of those at the moment, but one of them is anchoring of prevention frameworks in civic and national institutions. What did you have in mind in that respect? What as a practical matter could achieve that objective?
Broadly speaking, due to the Australian multicultural frameworks, there's been a tendency to target certain communities for interventions and put significant amounts into that and to build, for example, to go only through sort of faith-based communities as a case in point. And I think that's problematic. We need because then they're working within the limitations of what their understanding of it is to be Australian. And I think what we need here is an overarching, uniquely Australian approach that's been missing. That certainly doesn't mean any form of nationalistic approach, but what it means is that we need an Australian national standard for what we're doing to prevent extremism across communities. Be it, could be young men who are drawn to the extreme right. It could be young men who are drawn to sovereign citizen movements. It could be drawn to Islamist extremism. It could be drawn to other forms of extremism that are out there. But ultimately, a national standard here is critical, and we haven't even had that conversation, I don't think.
You have provided a whole series of detailed recommendations on this question of that you're addressing about measures to strengthen social cohesion. Are there any others in particular that you haven't addressed orally that you would like to draw particular attention to as being essential or of value in pursuing social cohesion?
I think all my work cumulatively points to the need for a national civics approach that is cohesive and holistic and has national standards. Ultimately, there are so many dimensions to the problem, but we can't govern what people are saying and doing online, but what we can do is provide them the resources and the toolkit to unpack what they're seeing, but also to feel belonging to a wider national community. Schools are a logical starting point. What we're talking about here is, for example, there was a report produced by the Australian government. This isn't my opinion, this is the report, and it identified variation in delivery across jurisdictions, time allocation, persistent gaps in training and so on. That report called, from the Joint Standing Committee, Classroom to Community, Civics Education and Political Participation. Right, so that report identified some key gaps, and it identified some important solutions that we should engage with going forward. The allocation of resources to the challenge, working across different school environments, but it also has a vacuum in that it's very curriculum focused only, and it talks about, for example, 10 hours allocated to civics education per year, and in my opinion that's manifestly inadequate. I think they're doing what they can within what the schools will say they can do, but we have an enormous national focus, for example, on NAPLAN, which is measuring literacy and numeracy. We should be measuring civics education levels across our schools, and we should be identifying the gaps, building the evidence base, identifying the gaps, and funding the shortfalls. And we're not having a national conversation about what it is to belong, to feel proud to be Australian and from your community, but to help people negotiate those tensions as they get older, as they move through life, as they might face some significant social challenges or societal challenges or personal challenges, to equip them to feel that that they can move forward through a challenge without being pulled into these online environments in particular.
Thanks, Dr. Roose. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Callan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Roose, you might recall my name is Ms. Callan. I appear for the State of New South Wales in these proceedings. Can I ask you, in your report, at paragraph 114, in the first sentence you assert that there is a significant gap in current responses, describing it as a lack of focus on early intervention and pathway disruption. In making that assertion, were you intending to convey that there is such a gap in this country?
There is a significant body of work being done in that space. I'm talking specifically in relation to anti-Semitism.
In this country, are you suggesting?
In Australia, in relation to early intervention where anti-Semitism is a key feature, yes.
Okay. You don't indicate in your report the information upon which you draw in making that assertion, but you've just said in oral evidence that there is a quite significant body of work. Are you in a position to provide a list of what you rely upon to the Royal Commission?
I can certainly take that on notice, but I'm also speaking in a broad sense around familiarity with the different programs that exist. I'm very...
What programs are you talking about?
New South Wales has an important program, as a case in point. I think it's called Stand Up. Name escapes me. There's an intervention program I'm aware of.
I see.
I'm not saying that is necessarily part of the gap or the problem. I'm talking about here in specific relation to anti-Semitic activity that we're seeing that's emerging and evolving rapidly.
Okay, so the Royal Commission should read that first sentence on that more narrow basis that you're talking
I'm
about
happy
it,
with that,
as
correct.
that applies to anti-Semitism as it's evolving. Okay. And just to be clear, you're not seeking to express a view about the sufficiency of programs and other measures, for instance, undertaken by the State of New South Wales addressing early intervention and pathway disruption at that general level?
Not speaking in New South Wales, I should give you the caveat that I'm Victorian.
Yes.
So whilst I do a lot of work with various New South Wales authorities, and I'm aware that there's considerable resources and time invested in those, and I'm certainly not being critical of the work being done.
With leave, I might just take up one other topic which was emerged in oral evidence. Dr. Roose, in your oral evidence to counsel assisting, in the context of talking about this multicultural model, and you posited this observation about different groups being positioned against each other as rival claimants. You recall that part of your evidence? Yes. You referred to security funding, I gather, as an example that you were seeking to invoke to demonstrate your point. And in so doing, you suggested that one group will get security funding, but they will also ensure that the other group gets funding which is not necessarily based on evidence. When you said they, who were you referring to?
So, well, a clear-cut case is the recent public debate.
Pause. Who were you referring to?
Yeah, that's...
Are you talking about the government?
No.
So, when you say they will also ensure the other group gets funding,
sorry, correct.
who
I
are
am
you
talking about
referring
the federal
to?
government, yes.
Okay, and sorry, what level of government?
I'm talking about the security being allocated, security resources being allocated to the Jewish community, and the security allocation of funding and a pot of funding being allocated to the Muslim communities.
And are you suggesting that that was not an evidence-based decision?
I'm suggesting that it was not evidence-based to the extent that I would believe was necessary.
At paragraph 74 of your report, you refer to the government funding of communal security, and do you see then the third last sentence, you refer to funding of grants administered by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and you note that funding is allocated on the basis of assessed threat?
Correct.
Are you suggesting that this other example that you're invoking was not based on assessed threat?
I'm suggesting that in the context of the data and the rapidly evolving environment, including the Bondi terror attack, that there's a good reason to be allocating funding to the Jewish community. I think there's more work to have been done around the allocation and the assessment of the allocation of resources to the National Imams Council, and where that was being spent, particularly when it wasn't being allocated, in my understanding, on a competitive basis.
Well, just to be clear, in those and second and third last sentences of that paragraph, or just that in that paragraph, you refer to grants administered by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and a corresponding allocation administered by the Australian National Imams Council, and you say that funding is allocated on the basis of assessed threat. In the oral evidence you've just given, are you suggesting that that is not your view?
I'd just like a second to read through that paragraph, if you don't mind. In my view, based on the material that I've had available to me, which, to be clear, is not comprehensive, I don't have the full array, but what I have seen is that that was not a competitive process, which I think is problematic. I think because the benefit of a competitive process for funding is that you have to make the case, whereas I believe that it was just a block grant given based and on which basis I'm not aware. I think that could be unpacked, and my comment and my evidence would be that I think that should be unpacked further.
Royal Commissioner, the last few questions and answers took a direction which really is concerned with a critique made by this witness of Commonwealth funding. Commonwealth is not my client, and I certainly didn't mean to engage in terrain that is not mine to engage in. It may be that gives rise to some questions by Mr. Milliken.
Yes, Commissioner, with leave I just seek to ask a couple of questions
Yes,
in relation to that. Professor Roose, you just said in your last answer that you were not aware of the basis upon which the funding was granted to the Australian National Imams Council, is that right?
That's correct. I'm aware that a block grant was made.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding, and again, my understanding is limited, is that it was not made on a competitive basis where there was a requirement to produce evidence for that block funding.
And so if funding is granted on something otherwise than a competitive basis, that is a decision that is suspect in your view?
Well, when combined with for example, the fact that this appears to correlate in terms of time and so on with what was being awarded to the Jewish community, to me it appears to have been a political decision.
It appears, but you don't have any actual evidence.
I don't
You're
have
just
evidence.
surmising that.
I'm surmising that,
okay.
correct.
And you're aware that the grants that were given to the Executive Council of the Australian Jewry were also not granted on a competitive basis? You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that. I will make the point, however, that the evidence certainly indicates that there's been a significant increase in antisemitism. I think the Bondi terror attack is a key case in point.
And have you done any research in terms of the security risks or the threat to the Islamic community or the Muslim community that would equip you to form an opinion as to whether or not funding given to that community for protective security is appropriate?
I've been, in terms of raw statistics and data, the answer is a clear no, I haven't captured that data.
No.
However, I will add that I've been researching Muslim communities now for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've published extensively on the challenges facing Muslim communities for the best part of that time. I was also very active in working around the Christchurch terror attack. I'm familiar with the potential threat. It is my informed opinion, based on my research expertise, that the Jewish community threat is significantly greater in Australia than it is facing the Muslim community at the moment.
And to your knowledge, what was the amount of funding that the Australian government provided to the Executive Council of Australian Jewry?
I'll take that on notice.
So you're not aware of that?
I'm aware that it was a significant amount, but I'll take it on notice.
to your knowledge, what was the amount of funding that the Australian government gave to the Australian National Imams Council?
I believe it was significantly smaller, but again, I'll take that on notice.
So you don't know the answer to either of those questions?
Well, I would be guessing, and I'm giving evidence.
I have no further questions.
Yes. Anything arising, Mr. Lancaster? Yes, well, thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Roose. You are excused.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Now, Ms. Hager, as I understand it, our next witness is going to appear AVL and from another jurisdiction, and it's not yet 6 a.m. his time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. So
When will it be a civilised hour for Dr. Shanahan?
3 p.m. our time.
Well, that's... We're just
Only a
going
short
to...
agenda.
We're going to start the tradition of afternoon tea, but I don't promise that it will last. I'll resume at 3 p.m.
All rise.
I call Dr. Shanahan, who is appearing via AVL.
Yes. Dr. Shanahan, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Dr. Shanahan, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
And could you please state your name?
Rodger Damien Shanahan.
And you've prepared an expert report dated 30 July 2026.
That's correct.
Do you have a copy of that there with you?
Yes, I do, on my computer.
And to the extent that report expresses opinions, are those opinions you still hold?
That's correct.
And to the extent it expresses facts, do you believe them to be true and correct?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner, I tender that report excluding two sentences which appear in paragraph 86. It's the last two sentences of paragraph 86, which I do not read, but I otherwise tender that report, which is EWR.599.001.0244_R.
Yes, the report will be received as an exhibit minus the last two sentences of paragraph 86.
Dr. Shanahan, you have a PhD in Arabic and Islamic Studies from the University of Sydney.
That's correct.
As well as a master's degree in Middle Eastern Studies and International Relations from the ANU.
Yes.
You were previously a research fellow in the West Asia program at the Lowy Institute for International Policy.
Correct.
And associate professor at the National Security College at the ANU as well.
Yes.
You are a former Army officer.
That's correct.
And you've undertaken deployments with the UN as a military observer in southern Lebanon and Syria during the 1990s.
Correct.
You were also a military liaison officer in Beirut during the 2006 war.
In Beirut, yes.
And served in East Timor and Afghanistan.
That's correct.
As well as being the Assistant Defence Attaché in the Australian Embassy in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And a Defence Attaché in Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
You've also authored a book entitled Islamic State in Australia, which was published in 2023.
Yes.
You've provided expert witness evidence in more than 35 terrorism cases in Australia.
Yes.
As well as expert evidence in 20 terrorism control or supervision order cases.
That's correct.
And you also gave expert evidence at the coronial inquiry following the Lint Cafe siege in Sydney.
Yes, I did.
Dr. Shanahan, your report starts by referring to both the Sunni and Shia strands of Islam, and we will hear from representatives of those communities later in this hearing block, but could you please start by explaining what you understand to be the difference between those two strands of Islam?
I mean, it's a large topic, as you understand, but essentially the differences begin over contestation between the path of succession after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. In Shia Islam, they believe that succession should have passed along bloodlines. So through Ali, Prophet Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, and so Shia is a shortening of Shia Ali, or partisans of Ali, and then a path of 12 people of blood relationship to the Prophet Muhammad ensued, and then the last or the 12th of those imams went into occultation, so disappeared from worldly view. Sunni Islam believes that it was a designated successor, should be the most authoritative successor to the Prophet Muhammad. And there was general agreement within Sunni Islam about the first four of those So Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman and Ali, who was the fourth. And then there was competition over who should succeed after that, and that line of succession was contested. So essentially in Sunni Islam, it's generally agreed about the first four successors after the Prophet Muhammad as leader of the Muslim community, and then leadership became disaggregated. Within Shia Islam, there's 12 blood relations to the Prophet Muhammad who were considered to be the rightful successors to his leadership of that section of the Muslim community. And what that has meant, without going too deeply into the subject, that while both Sunni and Shia Islam share many aspects of common practice within Islam, there are aspects of their observation of Islamic law which may differ. There's different interpretations of who should have led the community, and also how you practice fealty to a religious authority figure after or in contemporary times as well.
And you go on to deal with in your report what you describe as Islamic extremism. Would you agree it's important to distinguish between the practice of Islam engaged in by the overwhelming majority of Muslims from what you describe as the conduct of certain individuals who exhibit extremist tendencies?
Absolutely. I think any religious denomination has extreme interpretations of the faith, whereas the vast majority of those believers get on with their day-to-day lives just practicing their faith in what we consider to be a non-extreme version of it.
And when you refer to extremism in this context, you note at paragraph 8 that there is a spectrum of extremist practices. What do you mean by that?
Again, when we refer to extreme practices, it's normally not just one single interpretation. People interpret religions differently, and certainly that's the case in Islam without a centralised religious authority. So when we talk about extremism at one end of the spectrum, it might be an extreme or quite literalist interpretation of the faith, but you follow that personally and individually. You might call it an ascetic view of the faith, where the faith is really everything, but it's a privatised way of practicing it all within a small group, perhaps. But there's its extreme is an extreme interpretation of the books and the foundations of that faith. At the other end of the extremism spectrum is a violent view of extremism where the world is conflictual. The basis of your faith allows you to undertake violence in the name of that faith, and that's at the extreme end of that extremism spectrum that I was talking about.
And when you say in your report that some forms of extremism are linked to what you describe as a literalist interpretation of sources of Islamic law, such as the Quran and the Sunnah, what do you mean by that?
At its most basic, the Quran differs from the Bible, for instance, in that the Quran is literally the word of God. There's not been an intercession or it's not been written by somebody else. It's been transcribed by the Prophet Muhammad, and it's literally the word of God. So when you're talking about a literalist interpretation, the literalism refers to having an understanding of God's wishes. The problem in literalist interpretations, of course, is that large passages of the Quran can be interpreted in different ways. If you want to interpret it in an extreme way, you can interpret it in an extreme way. Most mainstream Islamic scholars would take the contents of the Quran and apply it to contemporary situations. So it interpret it for modern day living, and so allows you to live in God's will in a modern society, and contextualise what's contained in those foundational documents to the contemporary space. Literalist interpretations, and particularly the more extreme literalist interpretations, doesn't try and match the foundational documents to the modern time and contextualise it in any manner. It wants to use that as a start point and apply that in a very conflictual way to contemporary society, so that looks to expand the footprint of the faith, looks at divides the world in a very binary sense into believers and non-believers, and even considers Muslims who don't agree with their interpretation of it as not true Muslims. So it's a very conflictual view that literalists in many instances would take, and particularly those literalists at the extreme end of that extremism spectrum we're talking about.
And would you agree that on the mainstream interpretation of Islamic law that you've referred to, that does not advocate indiscriminate violence or the killing of civilians by terrorism or otherwise?
No, certainly.
You've identified several strands of extremism in your report, the first of which is what you describe as Salafist extremism. Could you describe what you mean by that?
The development of Salafism is really a early 20th century attempt at some Muslim thinkers trying to work out how the Islamic world had fallen behind the Western world. And one of those strands of thinking was that the community had strayed too far from its faith. So Salafist interpretation is a more literalist interpretation of the Quran and the Sunnah, and that by paying more attention to the foundations of the faith, they're becoming truer in their sense to the foundational documents, that would allow the community to strengthen with respect to outside forces. And there was certainly an element of reaction to colonialism that was some of the foundational elements of that line of thought. And as part of that, it was a reference not only to in trying to understand how to lead the best Muslim life that you could refer back to the people at the time of Prophet Muhammad, and also the 3 or 4 generations that followed him as being so closely linked to the start of the faith that how they lived their lives was a good example of how you could live your life as well. Now you can take that out. Sorry,
you finish your answer.
Yeah. So you could take that however you wanted. You could take that as an individual way in which these people live their lives, and you could try and replicate that as far as possible, or you could take more collective ways that that community sometimes asserted itself and defeated its enemies, and you could use that in a more radical way.
And you've noted in your report that Salafism, linked to what you said earlier, likewise sits on a spectrum. At one end, a quiet, ascetic, more private practice, and at the other end, what you've referred to as a Salafist jihadist school. What do you mean by Salafist jihadist?
Yeah, so as we said before, at one end it might be a personal view of how you live your life. At the other end, the Salafist jihadist school, which is a more contemporary view of this Salafist movement, and without going into its history, it emerged to a fair degree from just prior and during the Mujahideen movement in Afghanistan in the 1980s in response to the Russian occupation. And this view that a more militaristic version of Salafist movement could triumph, and when the then Soviet forces withdrew from Afghanistan, that was seen as proof that this concept could work, that an assertive, more militant jihadist strain, so a religiously approved fighting against your perceived enemies, that was the way to strengthen the Muslim community more broadly, and groups of jihadists were the ones who believed that they had that task as part of their identity as a true Muslim. So what we see today in groups like Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, they are the latest manifestation of this view of Salafist jihadist movement. They've changed the theatres of operation where they apply it, but that is the far end of that spectrum of being a true Muslim in their view, is to fight against what they see as individuals who are threatening the primacy of Islam.
And you describe the Salafi school as very much a minority in Islam, and Salafi and jihadism as a minority of Salafism itself.
Yeah, that's correct.
You've also identified at paragraph 16 what you describe as Shia Islamic extremism. What is the nature of that form of extremism you've identified?
Yes, it's quite different. Obviously, the Salafist jihadist school is a peculiarly Sunni construct, and Salafist jihadists are opposed to the Shia faith. Shia Islam is the minority branch of Islam. There aren't any exact figures, but really 10 to 15% of the global Muslim population are considered to be Shia, and concentrated particularly in a few countries. Because of that, Shiism had tended to be what we would refer to as a quietist religion, not with some exceptions obviously, not politically active, not seeking to reassert this kind of dominance because they'd really been the minority faith. But the 1979 Iranian Revolution really gave, for the first time in contemporary times, this idea that Shiism and the basis of the Shia faith could also be a way of asserting not only Islamic primacy, but particularly a peculiarly Shia view of this revolutionary sense of smaller groups of people fighting nobly against larger enemies, which is one of the bases of the Shia faith. And so this idea of a revolutionary uprising in Iran that was eventually led by a senior religious figure that tied in quite readily with the practice of the Shia faith. And after the success of the 79 Iranian Revolution, Iran for a period of time thought that could be replicated in other countries. And in some countries, non-Shia Muslims were also felt empowered by the success of the Iranian Revolution. But what we see particularly in the region is after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982, Iran had previously sent some members of its Revolutionary Guard Corps to mobilise Shia community in Lebanon and that led to the creation of what we now know as Lebanese Hezbollah in 1982. So Shia extremism is quite different to Salafi jihadism, and because Iran has been the exemplar of Shia Islam, it's the largest country with a Shia population in the world. It's got this revolutionary style government. Shia extremism tends to be much more state-backed than, say, Salafi jihadism, which is not really state-backed. So there are two quite distinct views of Sunni extremism or violent extremism and Shia violent extremism.
You go on in your report to identify the primary organisations that promote these various strands of extremism, two of which you've mentioned already, Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, you identify as being from the Salafi jihadist school. Is that right? You also identify Hizb ut-Tahrir, but you describe them as having non-violent goals. What do you understand to be its main goals?
Hizb ut-Tahrir is it's an international organisation looking to promote Islamic leadership. So when we went back about the beginnings of Islam, those people who succeeded Prophet Muhammad were known as a Khalif or a successor, and they ruled over the area that they ruled over and made sure that Islamic law was the law of the land, was the Khilafah, or in English sometimes referred to the Caliphate. What Hizb ut-Tahrir seeks to do is to establish a global caliphate, so a world ruled in accordance with Islamic law, but it sees that as an intellectual struggle rather than a violent struggle, and because it doesn't see violence as the way to achieve that at the end. At the same time, because it believes that Islamic law should rule over the world, it also divides the world into believers who will rule the world, unbelievers, non-Muslims, or Muslims who don't necessarily follow their interpretation, as people who will be condemned eventually to hellfire. So they don't belong to the Salafist jihadist school because they look at establishing a Islamic rule as an intellectual rather than a violent struggle.
From paragraph 27, you go on to discuss the connection between these strands of extremism and anti-Semitism. What is the connection, as you see it?
Groups like Salafi jihadi groups, as I said before, they're opposed to anybody who doesn't believe their interpretation of Islam. So they're against other Sunni Muslims who don't follow their interpretation. They're also fundamentally against religious faiths that don't accord with them, which essentially is everybody. They're anti-Christian, they're anti-Shia, they're anti-Semitic, they're anti pretty well everybody that doesn't follow their interpretation of the faith. And because they're a literalist organisation, the basis for their hatred of different groups differs. But when you're talking about opposition to Jews, they will sometimes refer to historical events in the lives of the early Muslims and how they fought Jewish tribes, how they believed that Jews were untrustworthy, and they'll also refer to less mainstream or less often quoted aspects where to prove to themselves that Jews are untrustworthy. And so, for instance, one of the things that Islamic State devoted the lead story on one of their online magazine publications was this idea where they brought together the idea of the Shia, who they condemn because they believe they broke the unity of the Muslim population, and also this anti-Semitism. And in their telling of the story, the whole Shia faith was essentially a faith that was established by a Jew, and he did that to affect the unity of the Muslim faith. So groups like Islamic State see Jews as untrustworthy and apportion to them a whole range of actions that reinforces this view that they're untrustworthy. So they are against all other faiths, but they use particular examples as to why they're against Jews. So they're a strongly anti-Semitic movement.
And at paragraph 30, you note that Islamic State is quite explicit in its views regarding Jews and believes in a grand global conspiracy in which Christians and Jews are united in trying to subjugate Muslims. And then you go on to give an example from the Islamic State magazine. Is that the same example you were referring to earlier, or a different one?
Different. There are a couple of examples of the same magazine, but the magazine would often have anti-Semitic stories throughout its issues.
I see. Can I then go on to ask you about the drivers, as you see it, of these strands of extremism, particularly in Australia? You start by noting at paragraph 33 that there are different pathways by which one person can be radicalised towards those forms of extremism.
Yeah, that's correct.
But what you've sought to do is identify a number of factors that, to your observation, are relevant in terms of that trajectory.
That's also correct.
And one of them you identify in paragraph 33 is the information age and its impact. How do you see that playing out in terms of pathways to extremism or radicalisation?
Yeah, it's when we said previously that one of the issues about Islam is that it's an interpretive religion, so it's non-hierarchical. There are certainly scholars who are held in high or much higher esteem because of the depth of their knowledge and the depth of their training and their scholastic achievements. But in this information age, oftentimes a person's qualifications or experience matters less than does their ability to motivate people or to tell people a story that resonates with them for whatever particular reason. And in this Islamic extremist subject area, some of those messages are about an empowerment of the individual. So an individual who might be looking for something doesn't feel empowered, might feel left out of society or for whatever reason. In the information, prior to the information age, it was relatively mechanical to try and find somebody of religious knowledge from whom you could learn or whose message resonated with you. You had to physically go to places, which obviously still happens this day and age. But in the information age, your ability to tap into a whole range of messages, religiously based messages by people who can be very persuasive but may have little and in some instances no religious qualifications but purport themselves to have superior religious knowledge. They can get a message across in this information age to a much broader audience much more rapidly than would have been the case previously, where people had to rely on the written word or face-to-face contact. So that's what I mean about the immediacy of information leading to a rapid, or relatively rapid in some cases.
You also note that
sorry.
the immediacy of information also makes distant conflicts more relevant to a sense of religious identity. Could you expand on that point?
Yeah, so in the past, let's use Afghanistan as an example. In the 1980s in Afghanistan, people had to rely on video that was taken, then had to be moved somewhere else, had to be edited, and then had to be viewed on television, for instance. So it took a period of time for that to occur. There was very limited access of vision to tell the story, and the story was told by only a few people in a more factual way. In this day and age, anybody can take video and stream it immediately, or edit it in such a way to reinforce your message. And groups like Islamic State and Al-Qaeda prior to them became and have become very adept at this. So a civil war in Syria, for instance, that really had nothing to do with Australia, has the video campaign and the online campaign by extremist groups there to attract Australians to it, and other nationalities to come and fight in the name of their religious faith. That meant that what decades ago might have been a very small story in the newspaper about a civil war in Syria now became a significant security threat to Australia. And a large part of that was because of its immediacy and the way that it resonated with people, because not only were people talking about the issue, there was video evidence that had been edited in a particular way that they absorbed, and people in this extremist milieu absorbed lots of these videos. So it's been very persuasive. So conflicts that were geographically remote and didn't have that resonate that much a number of decades ago now have a much greater ability to resonate with people and to influence their actions in the extremist area.
I'll come back later to ask you some more about the role of overseas conflicts in driving extremism. Can I ask you about paragraph 39 of your statement, where you refer to the influence of family and family or social networks in the radicalisation phenomenon?
Yeah, we spoke before when we said, the vast majority of the Muslim population is not supportive of these extremists or extremist groups. And so what that means is these views that are passed around, these extremist views that are passed around or discussed, or videos and other material that are accessed, are in relatively small circles, so quite small social circles. And people's social circles tend to become smaller in this extremist space because so few people adhere to that way of thinking. Most other people would either argue against them or report them. And so these social circles become smaller. What we've seen, particularly this Islamic State era cohort, as we know more about the individual backgrounds of those people who supported it from Australia, is the number of people who are related by blood, and that number grows if you include people who are related by marriage. So there hasn't been that much study done on this, but the numbers show you that there are at least 21 family groups, or at least 2 people from a family who've been charged with domestic terrorist offences or who went to Syria and Iraq, and that represents about 51 people. But that's, again, larger if you include people who were married to each other. So it probably makes sense that if you have these radical, extremist, violent ideas, that the wider the social group that you share them with, the less likely you are to get any support. But so the smaller that group, and in family groups, if they don't disagree with you, then the ideas that you hold and that are challenged, therefore, they become more likely to stay with you. But yeah, one of the things that has stood out amongst the radicalisation process is the number of people who are related by blood who are part of these groups.
Could I ask you then about the topic of preachers, which you address from paragraph 40? You observe that those who style themselves as preachers in this way, some of them may have formal religious training, but some of them don't.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if you want to set yourself up as a preacher or a speaker, and you can gather an audience, then you can spread your message. Doesn't mean that you have to have formal qualifications to do it. It might constrain the locations where you can do it, because mainstream mosques wouldn't allow you to speak on their premises. But that doesn't stop you from doing it. So that's one of the issues about influencers, as in people who are influencers who purport to propagate extremist views of Islam. They may well have no qualifications. They may have very limited qualifications, but they are still able to influence people. Obviously, smaller numbers of people because of the limited number of venues that they can have, but they can also be on social media as well. But given the extremist nature of what they're propagating, it tends to be more face-to-face in a more private space.
And you've referred at paragraph 42 to some preachers who propagate a simplistic, binary and conflictual view of the world. Without naming any particular individuals, can you illustrate the sort of language or discourse that you have in mind there?
Yeah, so when we talk about Salafism and the early Muslim communities, in a very simplistic binary way, sometimes an Islamic State will use this. For instance, the world's divided into two, Dar al-Islam, or the abode of Islam, where Islamic law is dominant, which is in accordance with God's will, and Dar al-Harb, or the abode of war. So if you're not conforming to accepting Islamic law, then you're essentially the enemy, and you can be physically attacked until you either convert to Islam, or you pay the jizya, or the poll tax, and acknowledge the primacy of Islam in essence. And so that's one of the ways that people are able to influence others, by painting a very simplistic view of the world. You're either as the in-group of Muslims, and everybody else is in the out-group. And at the most extreme end of the extremist spectrum, those people who are in the out-group are essentially the enemy and allowed to be attacked. As we said before, it's a very simple way of messaging these things about the in-group, but in this instance, the in-group happens to be a particular interpretation of Islam. The person propagating that particular interpretation is the one who sees himself as the leader of that group.
And you've noticed that there's a degree of difficulty in determining whether individuals who preach extremist ways of thinking are actually influencing the way others think or act. Can you explain the nature of that difficulty?
Yeah, certainly when, in my experience in viewing evidence for trials, in terrorism trials, or Islamist terrorism trials, and also the knowledge of platforms or speakers that people have looked at, you can see a person's viewing history to some extent on their social media, so that you know people have looked at or downloaded particular preachers, but it's very difficult to establish just because you listened to that person, did that person influence your subsequent actions, because they may have helped paint this binary picture of an Islamic and a non-Islamic world, but they never advocated violence for it. So how did that form your particular worldview? That's a very individual thing. At the other end, the more violent radical extremists who are online and who are often overseas, those people, it's much easier to draw a line, sometimes because they've downloaded a much larger volume of their material, for instance. Sometimes there's evidence that those people have quoted those particular speakers as justification for action. So it's not impossible to draw a causal link between an influencer and a subsequent action, but it's much easier to do it at this extreme end, and much more difficult at the other end, where people may have just been navigating through social media sites, listened briefly to somebody that may or may not have had an influence on their subsequent actions, but it's very difficult to tell.
But you do note at paragraph 43 what you describe as a correlation between some of the followers of such preachers and subsequent extremist jihadist activities, and you note that that supports the view that for some, these preachers act as a way station to more extreme world views. How have you come to understand that there is a correlation of that kind?
Yeah, again, it's an opinion based on a view that you rarely go from 0 to 100. So you rarely go from no preparatory messages about a world and then going to one of the very extreme Salafi jihadi preachers. These process of radicalisation often takes a period of time, and so if you listen to preachers who talk about a conflictual world but don't advocate violence, it makes sense that you gravitate through that development stage from being part of broader society, some people telling you that your religious identity is more important than other identities that you may have, and that may perhaps resonate with people, and then people looking at the world as it is, and then gravitating to these more extreme preachers who say, yes, that's the way the world is, but you need to do something about the way the world is, and this is the answer, which is normally a violent answer about how you address the concerns that may have been raised by people on that path to radicalisation.
And is that correlation that you identify, is your view on that topic informed by having studied some examples of where people have been tried and convicted for terrorism-related offences, and then looking at what they've viewed previously or what statements they might have expressed about particular preachers or ideologues?
That's correct.
And you've set out some of those examples in your report. Could I ask you about one of those, the one at paragraph 45A, Anwar al-Awlaki?
Yes.
He was a US Yemeni dual citizen and rose to become a senior member of Al-Qaeda.
That's correct. He was also made a specially designated global terrorist by the United States, and he was killed in the US drone strike in September 2011. And I suppose
Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, and I suppose if you were to nominate one person who has dominated this Salafist jihadist influencer space amongst not only Australian but other foreign people convicted of Islamist terrorist activities, Anwar al-Awlaki would probably be the person. And one of the interesting things is he's continued to be influential to the present day, a decade after he was killed. As I wrote in my report, there's sometimes people who've been convicted of these terrorism offences. His speeches have been in their possession. They've spoken about him to other people who might be in the conspiracy as well. So we know there's direct evidence that he has influenced their way of thinking for these people.
You note he's been described as one of the most effective and refined versions of his English-speaking Salafi jihadist predecessors. What, in your view, made him so effective?
He's a native English speaker to start with. He has religious qualifications as well, so he's knowledgeable. And when you listen to his speeches, he's got a very easy manner about him. He speaks very well. So in terms of having a depth of knowledge, he can draw on a range of religious sources to explain his particular worldview, but he does it in a really accessible way. And as a native English speaker, he knows exactly the words to use. And so while he was aligned with Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, for instance, would also use Anwar al-Awlaki in some of their material as well, just because he was so well regarded. And on top of all of that, one of the reasons why he still resonates today is that he was a martyr to the cause as well. So he not only talked the talk in jihadist circles, he walked the walk, and he was killed by the US in a drone strike. So that also adds to his cachet as an influencer.
You've noted in your report a number of challenges in addressing the influence of preachers, one of which is that some are very skilled in preaching in a way that does not breach local criminal laws on hate speech and the like.
That's correct.
And how have you come to form that view that some have skilled up in that manner?
One in particular, who's another high-profile influencer with a US background, has a law degree from the country that he is from. He also has religious qualifications. So when you listen to his speeches, he's also a native English speaker as well. He skirts that area. He never absolutely calls for violence in the way that Anwar al-Awlaki does, but he prepares the ground in a way that would indicate that he knows what he's allowed and what he's not allowed to say. And you can see also that same mannerism in some other preachers. They prepare the ground. They know there's certain lines that they're not allowed to cross, or else they would get into trouble. And so you can just tell from the speeches that the ground they're preparing is quite similar in terms of the lines of argument that they adopt, but they never cross that line into advocating direct violence.
You've also referred in your report to the disaggregated nature of the Muslim faith as posing a challenge in terms of the regulation of preachers. Could you elaborate on that topic?
Yes, it's because there's no central leadership in Sunni Islam. Shia Islam is slightly different because of this lack of centralised leadership. There's the issue of how people gain religious qualifications, who is authorised to say that you have religious qualifications, and the old way of doing these religious education, that you would essentially be taught by persons or people more learned in Islamic jurisprudence than yourself, and you would be given a certificate that would indicate that you're at sufficient level to propagate the faith because you understand and are able to interpret the sources of Islamic law. Nowadays, there are dedicated Islamic universities in a number of countries where you can get formal qualifications, undergraduate and postgraduate degrees, for instance, in Islamic law, and that is pretty well understood by a range of people. There's also sub-tertiary level education where you can do particular parts of study. It might be particular of religious study, might relate to particular parts of Islamic law, and so you would may become qualified in that, and a qualification body would give that to you. In terms of who speaks for the Muslim community in Australia, there are a number of bodies who represent sub-communities within the Islamic community. The two largest, the National Imams Council and the Federation of Islamic Councils, are the two largest. Lebanese Muslim Association, I believe, is the oldest organisation. And while sometimes they cooperate, oftentimes they cooperate, sometimes there is tension between groups. And for instance, both the National Imams Council and the Federation of Islamic Councils have appointed a person who they refer to as the Grand Mufti, or the most senior religious leader in Australia. So both organisations have appointed a person. Some people might acknowledge that they are the Grand Mufti. Some people may not acknowledge that they're the Grand Mufti. So the bottom line is there is no single person who speaks for the Muslim community. There are a number of organisations, there are a number of peak bodies who do it, but that can make it quite confusing for the rest of Australia, who may believe that there is a single person who represents the Muslim community, which is not the case. So when you're getting messages out, or the Muslim community is getting messages out, they need, as far as possible, to make sure those messages are correlated between the peak bodies, so that as many people as possible who follow those groups understand the message, and there's a single message understood by non-Muslim Australians. So that's what I mean by a disaggregated Muslim community.
A consequence of that, Doctor, is that it's difficult for a person who is an influential mainstream Muslim leader to exert influence over a person who is tending towards extremism.
Yeah, absolutely. You could talk to them. You could have religious discussions with them. But if people are fixated, if people believe that their status is dependent on them being able to influence other people, it may well be that you can't influence those people. You can't stop them from preaching to groups of people if they can get enough people to listen to them. You can stop them from appearing in mosques or Islamic centres, but you can't stop them from appearing everywhere. You can't stop them from appearing in people's homes, for instance. So, yes, short answer to that question is yes, it's virtually impossible to stop people who purport themselves to be a learned Islamic preacher from gathering people and preaching.
And Islam, at least Sunni Islam, is contestable in the sense that no one can say they have the right interpretation of the Quran. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a fair observation. I mean, one of the principles of Islamic law is ijma, or consensus. So it may well be that people differ in their interpretation by degrees, but if a group of learned scholars reach consensus about a particular issue, that's a much stronger source of law. They may not all agree, but they're happy to reach consensus. There's a bit of give and a bit of take in interpretation. So yes, that's what you described is correct.
Sorry, a second.
Can I ask you about an incident which is not addressed in your report? And that is some comments made by Sheikh Ibrahim Dadoun on the 8th of October 2023 at a rally in Lakemba. You've observed the footage of the comments made by him on that occasion.
I have.
And you understand that on that day he was speaking at a rally being held on the streets of Lakemba?
That's correct.
And you're aware he said on that day, I'm smiling, I'm happy, I'm elated, it's a day of courage, it's a day of pride, it's a day of victory.
Yes.
You're also aware that he subsequently issued a statement on his social media in which he said, among other things, that he did not condone the loss of innocent life on any side, and that his reference to being happy or elated referred to what he described as the Palestinian people breaking the blockade after many years of suffering. You're aware he made a statement of that kind afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe, he's a sheikh and imam, could you describe what role you understand imams and sheikhs to play in Islamic faith?
An imam is a prayer leader. It comes from the person who stands in front. But imam might be a term given to somebody for a particular reason, same as sheikh. So a sheikh might be a learned person, a religiously learned person. A sheikh might be somebody who is a leader of a tribe in the Arab tradition as well. So simply being referred to as a sheikh would normally indicate that you have some religious qualifications. Not always the case, and the same with imam. It might be indicative that you have religious qualifications. It might be indicative that you have sufficient knowledge to lead a prayer, or it might be an honorific and a sign of respect.
And having regard to the context in which those comments were made and his subsequent statement, do you have a view on whether comments of the kind he made on 8th of October are capable of having the effect, whether intended or not, of encouraging extremist ways of thinking?
Yes, when I saw that video, the first thing I think to myself is, if you're a religious leader of any sort, and you would have seen the video of the attack on October the 7th and all those innocent people who were killed, and the people who were breaching the border fence were fighting age males going there with really one intent, and to call that a victory. I don't think anybody who's any kind of community leader, let alone a religious leader, should be doing anything other than condemning attacks against civilians, and to say that he believed it to be a victory. He was happy as a religious leader when so many innocent civilians are being killed. I think that's abhorrent. And so if somebody like that, who purports to be a religious leader, normalises that behaviour in their speech, and then somewhere down the track, be it to 24, 48 hours, saying, listen, I was misinterpreted, that's the wrong time to do it, the message is already out. The strength of your message is standing in front of that crowd at Lakemba and condemning the actions of the terrorists who attacked on that day. So it showed extremely poor leadership from a purported community leader, but certainly from somebody who has a religious connection with religious groups. That's I found that abhorrent.
And my question was directed to whether you think it's capable of having the effect of encouraging extremist ways of thinking. You referred to a normalisation effect. Could you elaborate on that?
When we spoke before about people who are on social media as waypoints to a much more extreme Salafist jihadist movement, when you talk about events in that include violence, and talk about it as victory so that you're happy about it, that normalises the use of violence. And so, therefore, when somebody says use violence in a religious sense against target X or target Y, it doesn't seem so strange if religious preachers are saying they're happy about the use of violence rather than condemning the use of violence. So that's what I mean about it has a potential to normalise more extreme violence.
Could I then ask you about, again, the topic of international conflicts, which I said I would come back to, and you gave the example of Syria earlier. At paragraph 52, you give some other examples, and in relation to Salafi jihadism, you refer to, in particular, to the exploitation by Islamic State of the war in Gaza. Can you explain how that's manifested in your view?
Yeah, sure. There's we spoke before about this binary view of a conflictual world where there's the abode of Islam and the abode of war, and about how Salafist jihadist groups are really against anybody who doesn't share their particular religious view. And so all these instances of foreign conflicts are used by these Salafist jihadist groups as examples of why their arguments are correct. So, for instance, US invasion of Iraq in 2003, US in Afghanistan post 9/11 are examples of how the West, with their Jewish co-conspirators often, are looking at targeting Muslims, and they do that by military action in Muslim majority countries. So there's every opportunity, these groups take every opportunity to use international conflicts, particularly national conflicts that involve Western forces and particularly US forces, as examples or as evidence of their arguments. And so, as you said before, that was the case in Iraq, that was the case in Afghanistan, it was the case in Syria. But also Islamic State has used it, as has Al-Qaeda referred to the conflict in Gaza as well. This it posed a couple of problems for Islamic State insofar as Islamic State was not normally supportive of Hamas for a number of reasons. Hamas was supported by Iran, and obviously as a Shia country, Islamic State is fundamentally opposed to Iran. Also, Hamas confines itself to Islamist government in Gaza. Islamic State doesn't believe in those national boundaries, so it believes that Hamas is fighting the wrong fight. They should be more internationalist and not nationalist, because that means that they agree that there are national boundaries. But regardless, they used Gaza as part of this broader Western Jewish conspiracy against the Islamic world, and they've used that to support their view that, see, the world is conflictual. There is a Jewish-US conspiracy, and Gaza is just the latest part of that. Same Al-Qaeda, because it's in a much less robust state, has also tried to use Gaza as an exemplar. But both Al-Qaeda and both Islamic State, both of them have said that the events in Gaza justify actions by its supporters to attack targets as a result of actions in Gaza.
And you've noted at paragraph 52E that less than 2 weeks after October 7, Islamic State's online newsletter carried an editorial titled "Practical Steps to Fight the Jews," in which it advocated attacking Jewish neighbourhoods in the US and Europe, as well as those elements supporting Jewish dominance as the Jewish and Crusader embassies and Arab and Gulf states who support Israel and the US.
That's correct.
That's a manifestation of the phenomenon you described earlier.
That's correct.
You go on to address, and you've touched on this to some extent already, the extent to which these forms of extremism pose a threat to the Jewish people and social cohesion more generally. And at paragraph 56, you've explained some of the occasions on which Salafi jihadists have attacked identifiably Jewish targets in Western and other countries.
That's correct.
Including synagogue in Turkey by Al-Qaeda, Islamic State-inspired attacks against the Jewish Museum in Brussels, and a synagogue in Denmark, and a kosher supermarket in Paris, amongst others.
That's correct.
And in this part of your report, you've noted the involvement, according to ASIO of Iran, in 2 attacks against Jewish targets in Australia.
Yes.
And you've also identified at paragraph 58 how the conflict conflicts involving Israel have had a role as well, because sometimes extremists conflate the actions of the government of Israel with the Jewish people.
Yes.
But as you've noted earlier, the threats from these strands of extremism are not just to the Jewish community, they extend also to Christians and the Shia community and other Muslims who don't adhere to their particular interpretation of Islamic law, for example.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've also noted from paragraph 65 some of the difficulties for the Muslim community created by these forms of extremism. Could you speak to those as well, and their impacts on social cohesion more generally?
Yeah, listen, it's a very difficult conversation to have, I think, particularly for Australia as a whole. There's no getting around the fact that groups like Salafist jihadist groups view themselves as living the best Muslim life, and that violence is justified in the name of their interpretation of the faith. And that makes it very difficult for the Muslim community in Australia, who by and large abhor the actions of groups like Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. But the majority of the Australian population don't really have much, if anything, to do with the Muslim population. They probably don't understand the disaggregated nature of the Muslim population, so that a spokesperson for one section of the community, or a spokesperson for a very marginal part of the community, don't speak for the community as a whole. And because I think the lack of knowledge and interaction between the majority of the Australian population and the Muslim community at large, and understanding that the actions of radical jihadist groups have their foundation in a particular interpretation of that faith, it's a complex area for people to explain without without besmirching a religious community who's trying to distance themselves from this organisation who carries out acts of violence in that faith's name. So it's posed significant difficulties for a community who doesn't have a single point of contact to make sure that their messaging is on track, and who also for the vast majority of Australians, won't have contact with that community on a day-to-day basis, so they're unfamiliar with that community. Has been a difficult problem for them.
In terms of potential solutions to all of this, from at paragraph 69 you note some of the challenges in using legal or regulatory measures to address extremism. I take it you accept that they're an important part of the solution, but there are certain challenges in relying on those measures. What are they, as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, listen, absolutely. There has to be regulatory and legal approaches to this problem. But, for instance, when you spoke about the influence of radical preachers and your ability or lack of ability to suppress their message, sometimes it's counterintuitive, but allowing this more radical fringe to operate in spaces or in relatively public spaces that they may rent out and have their followers, trying to close them down, you can't stop them from having a private space somewhere. So just by closing down a facility that they might rent to propagate particular messages, you may be better off letting them propagate their message in person in these instances, because you get a much better understanding of who's following those particular preachers. So it's better from a security sense, because you can monitor what's happening better than if they're completely underground. So these are, I suppose, some of the balancing acts that people have to do if they're in a society where we support free speech. If they preach a radical message, but it's not a violent message, it doesn't breach hate speech elements of the law, then they're free to do it. But if you stop them from preaching anywhere, then you may well be sending them underground, and they may become more difficult to monitor than is the case that if they had some public space to propagate those messages. So it's, again, a difficult balancing act in a society that in a secular liberal society.
At paragraph 73, you've also made a suggestion regarding grants. Can you explain what you envisage there and what that might achieve?
So one of the elements that's come up is in some of the control orders, for instance, where one of the aspects of control orders for members convicted of terrorism offences or who may have been radicalised is not being allowed to speak to or contact certain people. And in some of those people, in some of those control orders, are preachers. So when we spoke about not wanting to normalise radical messaging, an option may be that if people who are preachers who appear on control orders as somebody not to be contacted by somebody convicted of a terrorism offence, if those people are in centres, Islamic centres, for instance, you can't stop them from preaching a particular message, but community, the broader community, would have legitimate concerns if there were government grants going to an institution that was hosting preachers, for instance, who appear in control orders in a negative way, and that might be a way of minimising the possibility for more radical messages to be normalised. Doesn't mean that they can't appear there, but it just means that government money would not, there would be a cost to hosting people in more mainstream locations if they had appeared on control orders. And that's one of the examples that I was using.
It is part of the thinking there that you relieve the kind of investigatory and regulatory burden from the organisation dispensing the grants in terms of investigating whether or not this person has engaged in hate preaching, if you make it tied to whether or not they're named in a control order. It relieves them of that burden.
Yeah, correct. Understanding that somebody has obviously done, or the person is included on that control order, we assume, based on some evidence open to the authorities who made that one of the conditions, and therefore an external organisation doesn't have to go through that probity check.
I see. And at paragraph 74, you've also noted the importance of working together with the Muslim community. Why do you consider that to be important in addressing extremism?
Yeah, listen, absolutely. And this is one of the challenges that we spoke about for difficulties for Muslim communities when particularly elements of the media may be demonising certain sections of it based on the actions of radical Salafist groups, for instance. The people best, because it's a disaggregated community, the people best positioned to understand who is listening to what preacher, what kind of things, or what people might be purporting to present themselves as a preacher. The people best positioned to understand the community is the community itself, and the community itself is the last group who want these kind of people to be representing the faith, particularly in disaggregated faith. So authorities need to work very closely with the communities, because the communities are best placed to understand who may be a legitimate preacher, who may have a preacher who has qualifications, who are people purporting to be preachers who don't have qualifications, and the kind of people who may be attracted to them. So, it's a given that you have to have very close relations with the community itself.
Can I then finally ask you about the matters addressed from paragraph 76 of your report? In light of reports in the media about the mourning of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, I wanted to ask you some questions to help the Commission understand the nature of mourning practices, particularly
Sure.
in the Shia community. What does the status of Ayatollah signify for the Shia community?
Again, a kind of complex subject, but one of the things that is different between Shia and Sunni faiths is that in the absence of that 12th Imam that we spoke about, who disappeared from worldly view, the community needs religious guidance, and the tradition in Shia Islam is that observant Shia normally, or should, refer to what's known as a marja, or marja al-taqlid, or a source of emulation. So in essence, a very senior cleric who has undergone decades of rigorous religious education in precepts of Islamic law, and you're obligated to follow one of these maraji. And when I say follow, what does that mean? It means that you would listen to their, so you would follow their religious opinions in matters of faith practice. It also means that you would give the khums, or 20% of your annual profit, as a tithe to the office of that Grand Ayatollah for him to dispense as they saw fit. There's only a handful of people who ever reached that level of a Grand Ayatollah. Some people may have heard of Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani in Iraq. He's probably the most widely followed. And normally, they don't have a religious role. They have a spiritual role in guiding their faithful and providing religious opinions on how to live your day-to-day life as a good Shia Muslim. After the revolution, sorry.
Please continue.
Yeah. After the revolution, Iranian Revolution, what happened is Ayatollah Khomeini, who was legitimately of sufficient juristic standing to be a grand Ayatollah in his own right, he then became the supreme leader, so the head of state of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that has followed for his successors. So Ayatollah Khomeini, who was killed, was also considered a grand Ayatollah, but he was also the president of, the supreme leader of Islamic Republic of Iran, and in that position essentially controlled the military, including the Revolutionary Guard Corps. So it's an interesting and unique position that the head of state of the Islamic Republic of Iran is also legitimately the supreme religious guidance for a proportion of the Shia population, and would be venerated and followed as such. That includes a proportion of the Shia population in Australia. Now, when a grand Ayatollah dies, and in the report I mentioned another Muhammad Fayed, or Ishaq Fayed, died in June this year, who was one of the few living grand Ayatollahs as well. After a person dies, you would have a commemoration gathering as well at the time of death, and it depends. In some cultures it might be 3 days after, might be 7 days after, but also 40 days after their death as well, and it's a commemoration of their life, essentially. Now, it's normally up to the Islamic Centre leaders or council to decide whether the commemoration is going to be held. Very difficult in current political circumstances, that you would appreciate. When somebody like Ayatollah Khomeini was killed, what do you do for the people who follow him? Do you have a commemoration gathering because he's your religious guide? And so there's good reason to have that religious gathering, but he's also the leader of Iran, and commands the Revolutionary Guard Corps, have been named as behind 2 attacks against Jewish targets in Australia by ASIA, named by ASIA. So a difficult choice to make. So having a commemoration for Ayatollah Khomeini is, how do you interpret that? Do you interpret that as support for Iran, or do you characterise that as support for the person and the religious role that Ayatollah Khomeini filled? And you would have to ask the individuals who attended those commemorations in which role they viewed Ayatollah Khomeini, or thirdly, did they view him as both? So again, it's a complex issue, and not quite as straightforward as saying, well, that's supporting Iran and Iranian actions in Australia when they shouldn't have. So quite difficult.
So I take it your view would be that mourning the Ayatollah of itself doesn't necessarily indicate any agreement by members of the Shia community with the military actions of Israel, or the targeting of Jewish targets, or anything along those lines necessarily. I see. Commissioner, I have... Sorry, please go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. President, short intelligence is to ask a couple of questions in relation to paragraph 22.
I certainly would, Mr. Zwar.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Shanahan, I act on behalf of 7 Jewish communal bodies. I just want to ask you some questions about his vote.
Sorry, it's very difficult to hear you where when your earbuds just dropped out. So.
Okay. My name is Leon Zweier, and I act on behalf of 7 Jewish communal bodies. And I just want to ask you a few questions about Hizbat Tahrir, which you refer to between paragraphs 19 and 22 of your statement. Sure. Are you aware that Hizbat Tahrir was prescribed in the United Kingdom in January 2024? Do you have a recollection of that?
I know it's been prescribed in certain locations. I don't know where on what date, but I'd accept what you said.
Thank you. And this might help you recall. The Home Secretary James Cleverly said, after it had been prescribed in the United Kingdom, Hizbat Tahrir is an anti-Semitic organisation that actively promotes and encourages terrorism, including praising and celebrating the appalling 7 October attacks. Do you recall that, or could you accept that that's a fair description of his words? The only question I really have for you, Doctor, is this. Between paragraph 18 and 19, you have a heading on Hizbat Tahrir, and you use the word to describe them as non-violent extremist. Is that a fair description of a terrorist organisation?
Sorry, they're not listed as a terrorist organisation in Australia, if I'm correct.
No, they're not. But they've been prescribed.
I'm referring to the Australian branch of Hizbat Tahrir.
Okay, but you do refer in paragraph 18 to its establishment in 1953, which was in Lebanon, not in Australia, and I think you accept that it's been described as a terrorist organisation elsewhere.
So I think the last sentence in paragraph 19, I refer to Hizbat Tahrir Australia, so that's what that reference is to. And then in paragraph 20, I talk about Hizbat Tahrir Australia.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 21, I refer to Hizbat Tahrir Australia, so I assume this relates to how Hizbat Tahrir is viewed by the Australian government, not the British government.
And how do you view Hizbat Tahrir? As a terrorist organisation?
Well, they're not a listed terrorist organisation, so by definition, they're not. They were listed as a prohibited hate group.
Thank you, Dr. Shanahan.
Yes. Anything arising out of that?
No, Commissioner.
Yes. Dr. Shanahan, am I right in my understanding that you got up very early to give this evidence?
So I'm in Dingle in West Island.
Well, many thanks for doing so. Your evidence is now complete and you are excused. Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks very much.
Adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.